Andrew, are you gonna shave the rabbi beard or keep it?
I'm debating what to do with it. I kind of like it. For a while it was driving me crazy, but now I'm kind of
Andrew, are you
I'm
gonna
kind of
shave the
into it.
rabbi
It's a
beard or
it's a
keep
good
it?
beard, but right now I gotta
I'm deba-
say we are officially live. Welcome everybody to the BTR stream, which stands for Break the Rules. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, LevPo on Twitter. And guys who are watching this right now, please don't forget to subscribe to our channel. We are the greatest, most underrated content in all of YouTube history, and we are so happy to be joined today for a conversation about the future of mass surveillance. To my left, we have Jason E. Street, hacker, author, speaker, scientific hooligan, and VP at Sphere NY, DCG Global Ambassador. And to my right, as always, we have the amazing Jules P. Hamilton. And below, we have the quite amazing Andrew Meyer. Some of you may know him as the living meme, the guy who said, "Don't tase me, bro," when meeting John Kerry. And in the middle, we have Bob Kraus, the president of the Veterans National Recovery Center. He is also the former state representative from Iowa and served in the Iowa General Assembly from 1973 until 1979. And to the right, we have Remso Martinez, amazing podcaster. And what's the name of your podcast right
On
now?
the Run with Remso W. Martinez at ontherun.fireside.fm.
Sweet. And today we're here to talk about mass surveillance. So I just wanted to go around the panel and ask everybody, where do you see things right now post-COVID-19 as far as the balance between individual and security? Let's start with, let's start with Jason.
Oh, okay. I see where the privacy and the surveillance is going. It's unfortunately one of the things is that we have a problem where no government lets a catastrophe go to waste. It's like when it comes to like reaching for power and trying to consolidate what it already has and using it to its advantage. And sometimes they actually even help, which is cool. When they get around to that part. I think one of the biggest problems that we have with the surveillance and what they're trying to do is with this situation, with what we're dealing with now, with the actual real world ramifications of a worldwide plague going on. It does make sense for some of the things that would be sacrificing privacy, like contact tracing. It's like, so it sounds reasonable. It sounds, and all I can think about is what occurred on 9/11. It's like with how it reshaped the industry, the transportation industry with the air, with the TSA. Well, because that sounded reasonable. Let's put the TSA in. It's like, and then they're like, okay, well, let's put in more enhanced security screenings. And when humans are scared, they want security, but it's not about the reasoning. It's not about thinking logically. It's about reacting emotionally. They want to feel secure. They want to feel safe. So they were willing to actually make sacrifices for the greater good. It's like because it's only temporary. Have any of those restrictions that were in place on been repealed? Have they actually been lessened? It's like, have they gone? It's just been a hodgepodge. It's like, and it turns out that it's like the more an event occurred, it's like when something occurred, we reacted to it, and it's like, and it didn't get better. It's like if you look at the shoe bombing, Richard Jewell with the shoe bombing, it's like all of a sudden you have to take your shoes off. That was a failed attempt. That did not succeed, but we still reacted and restricted freedoms and restricted and enforced security more. It's like with the liquid bombers. It's like all of a sudden you can't bring a certain amount of fluid. We made restrictions. We lessened freedom. It's like, and that was a failed attack. It's like the underwear bomber. We did the naked scanners. It's like we did these other securities. We took away more freedom. It's like, and that was a failed attack. So they were actually changing and impacting and negatively impacting our freedoms and security without even a successful attack occurring now at this point. And so I'm afraid when we actually have a real world situation where there are a lot of deaths going on and a situation that is occurring that is like still ongoing where loss of life is happening, we are more than willing to sacrifice a lot of security and privacy to make ourselves feel safer. It's like, yes, I'm willing to let you track my device and track to see who all I have in contact with and all the people that I go with. It's like, and so I think that is a relative concern for people. It's like on the general, not in this one situation, but where it goes from here. Because people always like to refer back to the, well, I have nothing to hide. And it's like, and that's great. You may not have anything that you feel like you have to hide, but that doesn't mean you want to share it with everyone. It's like you may not be embarrassed about dressing up as a furry, and it's like, or saying that you like to wear ladies' underwear. It's like you can do that with pride, but does that mean you want your children's teachers to know that, or you want your parents to know that? It's like, is that something that you want to share with just anybody to have access to that? It's like there's already examples of people's email addresses and information being leaked by government databases with these contact tracing things. And to make it more darker and not just funny, what about domestic abuse victims? What about people that are being stalked and followed by their spouses and trying to get away during these times? And now that information is now leaked, and those people are actively being hunted by people that mean them ill will. It's like, so the government, if they're going to take this data and they're going to take this privacy from us, then by gosh, it's like they need to learn how to protect it better. Because time after time, we see where government databases are being leaked online. The OPM data breach. It's like Edward Snowden leaked. I mean, everybody talks about Edward Snowden leaking all this information. No one talks about the mother NSA, National Security Agency, allowing some guy to walk out with all that data in the first place. I mean, like I said, I know that the government's spying on me when I'm surfing porn, okay? But that doesn't mean I want them to share it with everybody else. It's like, protect that stuff. That's supposed to be between me, my favorite porn site, and the government. It's like it shouldn't be anybody else's information. So they need to start taking that responsibility. It's like if they are going to be trusted with our data, then they need to actually earn that trust. It's like, and it's one of the problems that they've consistently failed on. It's like not being secured with the data. It's like, so yes, we do have to make sacrifices in a time of need for everybody. I wear a mask wherever I go. I have people looking at me. I have people being very confrontational looking at me because I'm wearing a mask. And I'm like, mother, I don't care. You're going to be dead soon anyway. It's like, but I'm trying to keep things safe. I am trying to not just protect myself, but the people around me. It's like, and so I'm doing
You're gonna be dead soon anyway. What are you talking about?
Oh, the COVID-19 idiots, the ones that are like going around thinking nothing's going to happen. It's like, I mean, those people are risking their lives and the lives of others. It's like, I'm a big proponent that you have to understand that this is an ongoing epidemic or pandemic, and it needs to be taken more seriously.
And you think people that don't wear a mask, they're all gonna die?
No, I think no. Statistically, they're not all going to die, but they are statistically more likely to get the virus and then spread it to other people, and then also create harm on others and cause deaths to other people. And that's proven just recently with the Arkansas church that just had 38 people out of 92 that were going to the congregations in that one church. 38 people contacted it. 3 people died from that one group, and then they also spread it through the rest of their community, spreading it even more. It's
Do you
like,
believe all the data that's being put out by the CDC, or are you seeing that some of the data has been like cut in half when they realized, oh yeah, a lot of the deaths we were attributing to coronavirus are actually from other things?
I don't believe any of the data can be actual because of the fact that so many people are not being tested properly. It's like, and you're not getting all, if don't look at the CDC or the American data, look at countries that are actually doing it properly. Look at the countries like Taiwan, look at the countries like Korea, look at the countries like New Zealand, look at the countries like Iceland that are all actually collecting the data and actually doing tracing and sometimes responsibly doing contact tracing. It's like, and looking at Germany had everything under control. They were doing a good job. One outdoor football game, and now they're have to go back in lockdown. Korea was doing very good. Seoul was on lockdown. Seoul was recovering, opened up the nightclubs. They're now back on lockdown. It's like
how long do you think the country should stay shut? How long should everybody stay indoors?
Let's
Let the governors decide.
Yeah, well, first of all, and I'm not saying that you have to like everything. I'm saying that if we're looking at like 1918, it's like, and that's one of the closest things that we have to an actual thing that happened. It's like the last time this actually happened was the first wave was bad. The second wave was devastating because the curve was flattened, people gone out. It's like if you go to look at and the only recent data that we have is from the H1N1 flu back in 2009. It's like, and
how many people do you think would die if we did absolutely nothing?
Actually, it's like the way this is working, the way the projections are, it's from the data. I am not and this is one of the key things that we have to be careful of. I'm a random guy on the internet. I know hacking and I know computer security. I know social engineering. I am not a CDC expert. I am not a disease control expert. It's like I'm a person that researches stuff on the internet that forms, I hopefully are educated opinions, but they are not gold. So it's like I can't look at all the data that we're getting from this and say, this is what my projection is. And so therefore you should take my word more seriously because I read this off a website. What I'm saying is a lot of people are dying and a lot of people are going to continue to die. It's like if we don't take this more seriously, and it's just you're having to look and say, how many of my relatives and extended family or friends I'm willing to see deathly ill or dead. It's like till I take this as an issue that there's actually something going on that I need to be secured.
I'm, by the way, curious about what Bob has to say about all this.
Yes, yeah, I'm talking too much. I'm sorry. It's like I ran.
Oh, it's great.
Well, I guess we're on COVID now, and if you do look at the Spanish flu example, I think about 2% of the population died because of that, which is substantial. Now they claim that the morbidity on this is probably at least 50% higher. The country is larger. Of course, we have more medical devices than we did and more knowledge then, and that trims it. But I've heard 2.5 million people dying if you did not do any of the social isolation. Yeah, you've got something that's really serious on your hands. By the end of the month, we're going to hit 100,000 deaths. We may be at probably about 150,000 in August. And that's not even when the second wave hits. Second wave hits, they're talking about maybe August or October or thereabouts. So the more we open up, the higher that fall peak is going to be. And in the Spanish flu environment, I believe it was the second peak was 4 times as big as the initial.
Do you know where half of the deaths? Do you know where half of the deaths in America right now have come from?
Where?
They've come from elderly in New York City, one of the dirtiest, most compact places in the entire country, if not the dirtiest, most compact place.
Oh, okay, with old people, so it's okay for them to die. I'm sorry.
No, it's not okay.
I didn't understand that we were putting priorities on life.
Who said it's okay for them to die? What are you talking about?
Because the way you said that, you said,
are you insane? I didn't say that.
You said it very discounting. You said it very discounting, like dirty places are old people. Like that makes it lesser.
No, it's a factor in why there's so many more people in New York City of all places than anywhere else in the country. It means that you don't have to lock down the entire country because of what's happening in one city, the dirtiest city in the entire country.
Well, right now in New York, it's not fully
unemployed. 30 million people unemployed, and you're talking about shutting down the entire country indefinitely. That's insane.
All right, Andrew, hold on.
I didn't hear anyone say that. I do think that it should be left up to the governors personally, and I think that way you get a better sample size, right? Like it's very hard to do science without data, right? And I think that one of the
we have a lot of data. What are you talking about?
I think one of the strengths, we're always operating with incomplete information, right? And you're always trying to be less wrong. But I think one of the strengths of America is the fact that it's a very decentralized, coalition of states, right? We have a republic.
Yeah.
And I think that, we will see what will happen. We're going to, I think some of these states will open up, and some of these states will prolong their lockdowns, and we're going to see how people respond. And it's a very unprecedented time. But as far as the nursing homes in New York goes, Cuomo had a special order to allow COVID patients into these nursing homes,
Yes.
which was very just strange and just seemed reckless.
Yeah.
It was almost like we did it backwards. Like we are closing down the schools, and then we're admitting COVID patients into nursing homes where people are the most vulnerable.
Yes.
Yeah, there were screw ups.
Probably to keep them out of
The other way around.
Oh, wait, let Bob
Didn't
speak.
work. It was probably to keep them out of the hospitals, but it didn't work, obviously. A lot of the people, after they come off the ventilators, the next step is a nursing home. And it doesn't necessarily mean you're an old person. It just means that you need a place for convalescence. Young people can go to nursing homes too if they've got bad lungs because of the COVID.
Well, there is the situation that was mentioned before by Jason about Korea and Taiwan. From what I know, they use an app that you have to have on at all times to track you, and to make sure that you're not going to get a higher temperature. You have to report every day on what your temperature is, what your state is. And I think to Americans would find that to be too much.
Invasive.
Yeah, too invasive. So I'm curious where you guys stand on if you do have something like that is invasive but does end up producing a lot of these deaths. At what point is it worth it to do so, and at what point should liberty be much more emphasized and much more important? So we haven't heard from Remso yet, so I'm curious what you think.
So first off, hi. I'm glad to be here. So many of my favorite people. Andrew, good to see you. Mr. Kraus, I've actually been an admirer of your work for years now, so it's a pleasure for me to be speaking with you. Jason, I'm looking forward to getting to know you a bit better during this, but I do kind of want to start off with the other day I actually bought my first piece of Bitcoin, only a few dollars, in about 2 years. I cashed out in 2018. And I did so upon seeing that Republicans in the Senate were going to eventually compromise on this upcoming $3 trillion stimulus package. Now, what the Republicans in the Senate will do is they will go ahead and say, oh, well, we were able to bring it down several trillion. This is a win. But what this does emphasize is one big thing. It's that when the government screws up, they get bigger. When they mess up, they end up getting more out of this. When it comes to anything that tramples on the civil liberties of American citizens, that's a bipartisan thing. Look at the people who are talking. I came from a family that was deeply admirable of the George W. Bush administration. Andrew was a former John Kerry supporter, yet here we are right now understanding one thing. It's that the situations that we've seen, whether it came through terrorism, whether it came through the actions of rogue states, or whether it's through an invisible enemy such as a virus, it's that totalitarianism is a bipartisan arrangement. And we're seeing it right now. Earlier, there were some examples of what was going on in Korea. I'd like to speak about what happened in Korea. The first thing that we should understand is that the Korean government is far from what I would consider friendly towards the civil liberties of the citizenry. What they did in order to put a clamp down on the spreading of coronavirus was that they began to track people. They began to pull people out of their homes. You do that in the United States, that's how you get a lot of bad situations on your hand. I think it's quite ironic that right now one of the most popular TV shows on Netflix right now is Waco, and that's something that most people aren't comfortable talking about. But whether it's coming through the fiat inflation of our money supply, whether it's coming from Americans narking on their neighbors because they want to have a barbecue, whether it's setting up hotlines in New York City to go ahead and rat out your neighbors who refuse to wear masks, what we're turning is to the one thing that we've always feared most, the one thing that our forefathers really tried to avoid in setting up this great republic that we have. It's that we are really becoming the police state that we've always dreamt about in our nightmares. And right now, whether it's Corona today or something else tomorrow, what we're doing is we're really cutting off our own prosperity in the future to save ourselves now. And I don't see ourselves going back at all.
Well, can I mention one thing? You talk about Korea and the police state part of it, but there's another factor that we Americans find very uncomfortable talking about. It's like, have you ever been to like Japan
I'm a
or
Korean
China?
American.
Okay, so have you, I'm saying, have you been there? It's like, have you been to those places? Korea, China, it's like Singapore, it's like Japan, places that I've been. It's like, and I've been throughout Asia, is a very centric, community first kind of environment. It's like if you go to Tokyo and the subway, no matter how packed it is, you see everybody when they're going to enter the escalator. If they're standing, they stand on the right. It's like, and if they're walking, they go up. It's like they walk up. They don't stay. There's always, because it's the community good. It's just it's
So people
what's
have the
going.
right not to wear a mask.
That's correct, and that's what I'm getting at. It's like when in Asian culture, most people when they're wearing a mask, when you see them wearing a mask, that has been a naturalized, and I've been going to China and other countries there for over 10 years, and it's like, and if you look, it's like, and you see that they've always done that. If a person is sick, they wear the mask. It's like, because they don't want to contribute to giving it to somebody else. If we in this country would just have a little bit more community spirit of trying to not just protect ourselves, but to protect others, because we may be asymptomatic and say, I may actually have this and not know it. So I'm going to keep a mask on. So if I cough or I'm breathing, it lessens how far it spreads. And just out of consideration for my fellow man, it's like, and out of consideration for my neighbor, I'm going to try to contain that kind of thing, even though it's inconvenient and it fogs up my glasses. It's like, I still do it. And one of the best pictures that illustrated this was the picture of, if we're both naked and you pee, it's like it gets on me. If you're wearing pants, it's like, or if I'm wearing pants and you pee on me, I don't get all of it.
Jason, do I have the right to pee?
But if we're both wearing pants, the pee stays on you.
So
it's
do
like,
I
and
have
so
the choice
I
to put on pants, or are you gonna call the cops to have them put pants on me?
You
Do
know
I have the
what?
right to pee?
I have not seen all these libertarians so up in arms and going after the 7-Elevens.
Thank you for pitching my
Listen,
book. Catch my
listen.
copy of Stay Away from the Libertarians on
Okay.
Amazon, Barnes & Noble today.
But that's what I'm saying. I have not seen them actually striking or going after the 7-Elevens throughout the country for the last 2 decades that I've seen them say, no shirts, no shoes, no service.
You're
That's
absolutely
totally
correct. But
fine.
that comes through voluntary cooperation. By going through property rights, you can determine who you want to discriminate against. You can determine what type of people you do business with. I have the right not to wear a mask. You have the right to be mad at me. But
No, you have the right to jeopardize my health, and I have the right to be upset about that. That is
so. What
correct.
you've basically classified this giant invisible wave of something we don't understand as aggression. So inherently, my existence through not wearing a mask, you're determining is aggressing upon your right to live. Which, if that's what your argument is, I completely understand that. But there's a difference. We're not Korea. We're not Russia. We're not China. We're certainly not England, where they're stepping out in front of their homes to clap for the NHS.
Right.
We're the United States. This is something that comes with freedom, the dangerous proposition of the dangers of life. And it's either going to come down to voluntary cooperation, which we're seeing throughout the country, especially as many states are opening back up, or it's going to come through force. Where in Michigan, they're willing to go ahead and put a 77-year-old man who's been cutting hair out of business because it was either he starves or not. It's coming down to whether or not we can be freely associating people. That's what this is all about.
So problem you've got, I think, with the libertarian perspective on this, on making the mask the symbol, is that it's all cooperation, and that it slices the cooperation right down the middle. If you don't wear a mask in a group, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%, the other portion of the cooperative agreement, those that wear masks, have basically lost the value of the masks they wear, because primarily that mask is to protect others from their spittle. It's not the other way around. So if you walk out there as a libertarian without a mask, you're spitting on these people's face, uh, you're defeating their purpose. They're saving you, and I guess you'd have to call that reverse Darwinism.
I I don't disagree with anything you said. What I will say though is that I think we're past the point of where this is just about the virus.
What I was interested in, what we were talking about earlier, was the contact tracing. I think I'm in the middle of a lot of this stuff. South Korea has a much smaller population than us. They have about 50 million people. And I'm thinking about how we got the NSA, or not the NSA, how we started working with the TSA, right? After 9/11. So what I learned in the book, The Looming Tower, which won the Pulitzer Prize, was the breakdown in communication, that different organizations, different government bodies had different pieces of information, but there was no transference of that information, right? They were all siloed. So basically, the terrorist disaster was able to happen because of the lack of communication and sharing of information. Now, I also understand that we're all already surveilled on the internet, that basically everything that's happening on the internet is surveilled in some form. A lot of people have these iPhones. You know, you're not going to be able to download an app if you have a flip phone or you don't have a cell phone at all. But I wonder why we need an app at all to begin with. It seemed like the problem that I have with what I imagine a government proposal would be is you could get, you know, $1 billion website that doesn't work, when I feel like people in their garage could make something that works like $20,000 or less. And so I just, it's just the good intentions aren't good enough, right? It's really about the effects of your actions.
100%.
And wearing, like, maybe we should all be, like, I'm in New York, like, it's probably a good idea to start wearing your mask on the subway. If you're going on the subway, you should be wearing your mask. But the problem that I have are these, what they like, these lazy directives where it's a Procrustean bed of one size fits all, right? So if you're too short for the bed, we pull you on the rack. If you're too tall for the bed, we cut you off beneath the knees. If you're walking outside, it's the middle of the night and there's no one around, like, should you get a fine for not having a mask if it's illegal at that point? I think that, you know, certain businesses, like they're like, they should require you, as they feel is necessary, like, you need proper gloves and a mask to come into our business. But I think that that's the problem with the laws, is you can't really apply common sense and sliding scales the same way. Like, once you're trying to define something on paper and then administer this directive centrally to everyone, you take away people's ability to, like, kind of make nimble decisions and kind of just, like, use common sense. Like with Remso saying, like, putting, you know, a 70-year-old out of business because, and then, like, but we're not shutting down Walmart, we're not shutting down Amazon. There's an imbalance there that I think triggers a lot of these libertarians to misfire, where suddenly they're at the opposite extreme of, they want a one size fits all of just, let's just tear it all down, let's just rebel against the whole thing. And then suddenly, like you said, it's a reverse Darwinism. And I think the problem is partly just like a lack and breakdown in communication, and also just this over faith in centralization and in experts even.
Yeah, and once when you're going back to the contact tracing, it's like, I mean, what you did a perfect example is like getting a government involved and trying to build the app or something like that. Look at Obamacare's website. You know, that was a travesty of incompetence. It's like, I'm trying to for them in that administration to design that website. It's like I try to be very apolitical. It's like, if something's bad, it's bad. I don't care who did it. It's like, that was bad. Programming, that was a bad kludgy website. It was insecure. It was not good. It's like, in any way, shape, or form. I am not for contact tracing. It's like, here. It's like I do think that is too invasive. It's like I don't think that we'd be able to properly create it. And it's like, and if we can't get Americans to put a freaking piece of cloth over their face to save their neighbors, how are we going to get them to download an app? It's like that's going to invade their privacy. It's like, so yeah, I don't think that contact tracing is like we can't even steal human decency in people to protect others and stuff. Then I mean, we're not going to get them to inconvenience themselves by putting an app that's going to track wherever they're going.
Decency is subjective. Are we going after Donald Trump's definition of decency?
Oh,
or
by the way,
Nancy
sorry to
Pelosi's
cut you
sense of
off. I
decency?
just wanted to announce that we have joining us right now Martina Markota, who is a mathematician, artist, alchemist, dancer. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt what you guys are working on, but my expertise is the arts. So I looked up some things on this subject, and when you guys want to talk about it, I found a really interesting scholarly paper on video surveillance in Hollywood movies. So that could be a fun.
Well, Remso, I didn't mean to cut you off. So first, I would love for you to make your statement, and we can go from there.
I appreciate it. I mean, this whole sense of morality and decency, well, I do believe that's intrinsic in natural rights. Whose sense of decency are we going off of, Donald Trump's or Nancy Pelosi's? I mean, I mentioned earlier that this has nothing to do with coronavirus anymore. Right. Now we're not talking about something which may or may not be the new normal. Now we're talking about how we're going to start treating people and applying the law. The law is not
the private sector also. And the reason I'm saying that, and if you look at the history, and Snowden giving up the backbone structure for NSA and things like that, that was quite an opener. But you've got to look at Google actively cooperating with China in developing tracking mechanisms and facial identification. And they only really backed out of that when their own employees started revolting. Just recently, Apple, which is supposedly the good cop in all of this, got caught with their pants down on subcontractors that were consolidating incredible amounts of data on private cell phone communications. And the only place you could go to complain, in which they did finally, or the gentleman that discovered it, who was an Apple employee who quit and then complained, was to the European Union, which has better privacy laws than we do. We've got really nothing that's decent for a privacy law. I think you got to look at the European Union, what they've done, and theirs is not perfect, but it's a lot better than what we've got. But it was a rogue operation with their private contractors. And they could hold up their hands and say, we don't do that bad stuff. We only hire subcontractors to do it for us. And then, of course, they've got something that's fungible. They've got a piece of value. They've got all that data on as many people as they can trap in the system. And then they go and maybe not Apple, but other people just like that will talk to other private vendors, or they'll go to the government. And that's why the FBI often winds up trying to subpoena and get different documents from the telecommunications company. But it's because the telecommunications companies have it, and they know where it is, and they know how to bring it out. There's another area besides the government that we have to look at.
By the way, we have joining with us, sorry to interrupt, we have joining with us right now my good friend Alice Hennigan. Alice, thank you so much for coming on. And
hey, good to see you guys.
You are living in a very interesting world right now in this matter on your screen. Is there any way that you could flip your screen so that we could see you right side up? Because right now...
Oh, you not? You're seeing me weird?
Yeah, you have to...
That's funny, because on my screen, it looks fine. Let's see.
There we go. That is perfect.
You
that is
do
perfect.
Oh, look. Well, yeah,
So,
there you
so
go.
Ellis Henneken is an American columnist at Newsday, as well as a political analyst on Fox News. And you host a nationally syndicated weekend show on Talk Radio Network. And you are also the voice of Stormy on Cartoon Network's Adult Swim C-Lab 2021.
That's amazing. I love that.
Cool.
Yeah,
I
all
love
that's true, Lev, except I got fired from Fox.
Well, you don't need Fox.
Good riddance, huh?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
the future.
Who needs them? Who needs them?
Oh well, I don't know. You don't really say fired anymore. You say we
Furloughed?
Parted
need to
ways.
head off another. We pursued other interests. How about
That sounds better. Yeah.
that? The truth is, guys, I'm lucky to be working at all. Let's just be honest, right?
Well, Ellis, I'm curious about your take as far as post-COVID-19 surveillance systems. We were talking about how the Taiwanese and the South Koreans were dealing with it, having people install these apps that you always have to keep updated and, let the government know what your temperature is. We have drones that are, pursuing people now, checking their temperature. So I'm curious where you would draw the line between liberty and security.
Well, you framed the question exactly right. And those are both legitimate things that we have a reason to want, and they're both deeply embedded in the American character. What I notice is that when bad stuff happens, people get scared, right? That sounds so obvious, but it really is what affects over time the way this issue ebbs and flows, I think. I mean, it seems so long ago, but when you look at 9/11, right, which the truth is, to most people, that really wasn't a genuine threat, right? It was a horrible event that had tremendous effect in one place to one group of people, but yet it spread fear across our nation in ways that we're still living with. And I think COVID is in the same way. The major difference is that this thing has gotten politicized much more quickly because we're such a more divided country now. And so here we are, a couple of months into this thing, and how you respond to it, whether it's on the issue of how much surveillance you want to tolerate or whether you're willing to wear a mask, is all seen through this horrible red, blue, left, right, Republican, Democrat, stupid prism. And boy, one of the reasons I was hoping to join you guys is I'm desperate for people who are willing to talk about these issues in ways that are defined according to other ways of thinking other than that boring, lazy left-right thing.
Are you familiar with John O'Neill?
Yes.
From right, he was in the Looming Tower. So he
exactly.
So he basically had he might have been kind of a degenerate, right? He liked to drink and he liked to sleep with women and like
I
people.
don't hold that against him. Yeah.
And people
Fun guy.
People didn't get along with him in the bureau. Like basically, he just wasn't a conformist and like he just kind of rubbed everyone the wrong way. Right. But he was the guy that was basically going like, this is the problem. This is what we need to be focusing on. And he was just like relentless and persistent about it. And because people didn't really like him, and because of their own ambitions and because, they're thinking about how do I, climb the ladder, just like if anyone who's seen The Wire has a little bit of a objective perspective on how that inside world works. And it came to the point when John O'Neill left, he became head of security at the World Trade Center and died there.
Yeah. No, and you got to listen, we've got to be open-minded about where we get our information. And sometimes it comes from strange places. It's hard to talk about 9/11 without, because if you try to analyze it in its level of risk, you don't want to sound heartless to the 3,000 people who died there. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible thing. But you can also say, I think, that to the, you divide that out among 330 million Americans, the chance of any American getting killed by a terror attack in that way is infinitesimally small. And boy, look at the way that thing changed the nation, right? We never get on an airplane again the same way, that's for sure.
Yeah, I also remember actually around 9/11, a little after I moved down there to Wall Street area, and before Freedom Tower was even built, I remember seeing in the paper and posting about it because I was really against it. But before drones were everywhere, they were talking about how they had drones with the facial recognition down at the Ground Zero at the time. And I just remember being really freaked out, like facial recognition, really? Like that's crazy. But nowadays it's kind of common. You have that a lot now.
Right. It was the highest security building in New York, and you know what? They never thought about anybody flying planes into it. But it's, I mean, listen, we're still stupid about it though, right?
That's not true. They did not think about flying planes into it. It was actually built to withstand a plane flying into it. It's a real shame that Bush and Cheney blew up the towers. It's just really
ridiculous.
Well, I get your I get your point, but one of our main responses to it is that every time you or I or any of us walk into an office building, we have to sign our name in a book, right? Or we have to not one of which will ever do anything to protect against the threat we were supposedly protecting against.
And I use fake names all the time when I'm breaking into buildings. It's
good.
Like I have a lot of fake IDs, so it's like that doesn't really mean much to me. So that's part of my job. It's to rob people like that, and it's like,
One time when I was a model, I was I think it was during Fashion Week. I was in Milan. I distinctly remember getting onto my plane and never showing anyone my passport. This happened once. And it was bizarre. And I remember I'm like, look back, I'm like, no one's checked my passport, right? I was like, I totally could have just walked onto this plane, but it only happened once. It was a fluke. But, you know, it's just, you know, these systems are...
We were having a conversation with Gennady Stolyarov, the chair of the U.S. Transhumanist Party, and he was talking about the differences between how the East and the West, especially like how America versus South Korea handles bureaucracy, where I think that Americans, as much of a sense of loving freedom that they have, I think that there is an appropriate counterpoint to that in American culture, where you have something like the DMV, for instance, people who totally don't care about getting things done in a timely and effective manner. So our bureaucracy, I think, is not the greatest here, and it's also the kind of bureaucracy that may create situations where people abuse their power much more and have less of a sense of we are like this organic unit, kind of like maybe the Japanese people would have when it comes to how they get on trains and things like that. So I'm curious what you guys think about that, and if there is any fix for it.
That goes back to basically understanding that my actions have an impact on other people. It's like, and taking responsibility for that it's like what I'm doing can impact someone else's health. It's like, especially when it comes to being, and this is one of the key things, the reason why this has spread so fast, and this is the reason why it's been so deadly, is because so many people that are asymptomatic, meaning they don't show any symptoms for a week after getting infected, can be spreading it because they're still incubating it and they're still contagious and they're spreading it to other people. I feel great. Look at the data. So I'm going to go out to the beach and I'm going to spring break, and that actually occurred. And if you look, and they did a tracing, it's like with mobile data showing all the spring breakers going back to New York, going back to the Midwest, going back to the different cities, and taking potentially COVID, because some of them did show up with COVID later. It's like some of those same teenagers that were interviewed saying, "Oh, I'm going to be fine. I should be fine," getting the disease. It's like,
I have a question.
Yes.
Go for it.
Jason, how do you feel about the idea of concentration camps, such as what Roosevelt did to the Japanese during World War II?
Oh, and what we're currently doing to the immigrants trying to come into the U.S. from the southern border? Those kind of concentration camps.
That's a completely separate thing.
Those kind of concentration camps.
I
see a lot of kids in cages.
Concentration camps.
Seeing a lot of kids in cages. So I'm not sure if you're trying to talk about. So which kind of concentration camp were you talking about?
As a Jew, I find
okay, guys, one at a time, please.
Remso, I gotta stop. As a Jew, I find that particularly offensive and ridiculous. Jews didn't want to be in the concentration camps. The people at the southern border are trying to get into America. So what you're saying, totally.
Some of them are trying to go through they're trying to go through the amnesty program. A lot of those were trying to go through the amnesty program and are being contained. It's like a lot of them are fleeing hardship and like my forefathers, because let's face it, it's like my forefathers came over here because they were looking for a better thing. The problem is they got here because before all the Homeland Security came in, and also they were a little bit paler. So
I saw on Twitter that your name's in the triple brackets. Are you a Jew, Jason?
no, I'm. But
Why
when
are
they
you
were
doing
being,
that?
because when they were being attacked, it's like on Twitter and
Don't
people,
do that. I'm a Jew. Hold on.
and
I'm
the
a Jew.
alt-right,
There's nothing wrong with that. The Rick and everyone does
when
that.
the alt-right
ridiculous.
was using that on
Who
Twitter to
cares?
target people. And
So you live your life
and
based on what the alt-right does? That's ridiculous. That's
And
totally
so
ridiculous, dude.
okay, that's
And
your
I gotta say
one
something else.
opinion.
You're talking about human decency, like it's all
Yes.
about people they don't want to wear a mask because it's about human decency. Not everybody believes the idea that it's this dangerous. And by the way, I was one of the first people
That's great.
warning about coronavirus in January. I was writing articles back when the New York Times and everybody was saying travel to China, it's safe. I was one of the early people writing about how dangerous coronavirus is. And at this point, it's very overblown. For you to say that people don't have common human decency because they don't want to wear a mask, the Surgeon General of the United States was saying don't wear a mask. People don't exactly know what to believe. And at the same time, the data with all the deaths, it's not exactly correct at all.
Yeah, because data changes. And
Why
also,
are you interrupting
Oh, wait,
me?
guys, hold on.
Why are you interrupting me?
Bob, you've got something to say.
Every time I try and talk, you guys interrupt me.
Okay, you're right. The mask thing early on, they were poo-pooing it. It was kind of an Asian thing, and then they did the studies, and it was very significant in places where it was mandatory that they could show statistically that it was reducing the curve. It was flattening the curve. Nothing else was doing it except the mask, and that's why they went that way. But the basis in the many countries that do the mandatory thing is Confucianism. If you look at the Chinese culture, and it's not an American culture, they don't wave the flag of freedom. They wave the flag of family. If you look at anything on Confucius, that was the basis. And then you plan it out from there. And the Han subculture or sub-race within the Chinese community is essentially just in a giant extended family. And they have been taught over the last several thousand years that if the hive is hit, everybody goes after what hits it. And that includes coronavirus, that includes Japanese, that includes Russians, that includes American. They are very consolidated that way. We do not have a culture like that. We practice civil wars. We practice just fighting amongst ourselves and speaking in public. That is not part of their culture. So it's very easy to flow into that. And in this particular case, it's been effective. Let's learn from them. Don't fight them, but learn and say, yeah, that particular thing worked. Can we fit it into our culture?
I'd like to note that I haven't made a single comment on whether people should wear a mask or not. I was responding to Jason saying two things. One, that people don't have human decency if they don't wear a mask. That's an absolutely.
I don't remember him saying. I feel like you're twisting his words a little bit.
No, that's what he said. He's talking about human decency. He said if you don't wear a mask, you're not showing human decency. That's
I think it was the context of what he was saying.
What's the context?
He was responding to callousness that people can kind of exhibit.
But people might not everybody thinks it's dangerous.
I believe my immune system is resilient enough to withstand this high survival rate. And whether or not I'm a super spreader, it's like Schrodinger's cat, it's either or, I don't know. So fuck it, everyone else has to deal with it. And
there
I think
are millions of people
that
think the whole
that
thing is a hoax.
to some Asian cultures where people stand on one side of the escalator.
By the way, I'm not one of the people that thinks it's a hoax.
They voluntarily will do things, right? Out of respect. Like, respect isn't about showing like, oh, I'm morally superior. Like, respect is about like showing that like you care about other people, right?
So are there things, a handful of things that we can all agree on, right? Let's see if we can get a little coalition here. Right? We all agree that this thing is a bad disease that's pretty easy to catch. Are we all on that? Does anybody disagree with that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know. Now, I mean, when you look at
talking about either, but I do want to talk about mass surveillance, and I like your surveillance earpiece.
Yeah, but one sort of leads to the other a little bit. It seems to me. Well, maybe I can't get universal agreement on this, but it seems to me there's pretty strong evidence that there is this virus out there, that it's fairly easy to transmit, that a bunch of people have died from it, and that we know a few relatively easy steps we can take that will limit its spread.
Exactly.
And so it seems to me like, as responsible, intelligent people who aren't crazy, that we ought to try and convince each other and urge each other. We can get into later whether there ought to be an oppressive state that requires it, but that with our own powers of charm and persuasion, we ought to try and convince people to do things that will limit the spread of that disease.
Yeah.
To me, like, that's a really good place to start, and to try to get some kind of general agreement. Because when I hear people saying the opposite of that, I don't know. Usually, I think they're not really facing some of the facts of the data. Now, I'm sure people disagree with that, but that would be my take.
I think in
I
some
agree with
cases people are overshooting a target, right? Where if you're trying to hit a bullseye 1,000 yards away, you don't aim dead on, right? You actually have to lift much higher so that the arrow will fall and reach the target.
Okay.
And
Oh, by the way,
people are looking at these trends of centralization, government authoritarianism, and they're misfiring in a way that is the opposite extreme of the intentions of the contact tracing. They're going, I see the horizon, and I'm just going to make so much, I'm going to overreact so much, right? So that when the overreaction subsides, right, we can make sure we don't do anything penny wise and pound foolish, right? And we don't want to do that in either direction, right? We don't want to have a second wave like the Spanish flu, but also, like, we really have to kind of pause and think about, wait a second. A lot of these, like, what does everyone think of the TSA and the NSA? In the beginning of this talk, Jason was talking about the TSA in a way that was very dismissive, but no one else really commented on these other organizations. Personally, I'm actually very anti-Snowden and pro-Assange. Like, I think Snowden's a traitor, but I don't think he should be executed, right? I just think, like, he should not be pardoned, right? Like, I don't think they should, like, try to get him. I think, basically, I just don't think he should be pardoned. He's not welcome here anymore. He shouldn't be executed, but I totally think he's a traitor, right? But I think the reason I forgive him is because he betrayed us for us. Like, he was actually looking out for us. His intentions were to inform us and to protect us. Julian Assange is not a traitor, right? Julian Assange, I don't think did anything wrong.
We have a comment, by the way, from Geo. 2 comments. One, Snowden is controlled opposition, unlike Assange. And the first comment is, being a NEET as a new aristocratic class is an ideal I firmly believe in. And now reality is proving it right. So I don't know how many people know what a NEET is. A NEET, how would you translate it? Because it means not in education, employment, or training. That's it. And with that, I want to bring things to Verse Laloon joining us right now. Verse,
howdy.
We've been talking
Can
about...
you hear me?
I can hear you really well.
All right, cool.
We've been talking about the surveillance state, and Jules just mentioned the TSA. So let's start with you. What do you think about the TSA? Let's just start with that.
TSA is security theater.
Yes.
It doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion, and that's someone who used to fly a lot. So it does absolutely nothing. You know, you could sneak anything on. They don't really care that much.
Yeah, they were doing tests where they tried to bring bombs on board, and they weren't detected. So
yeah. With that said, I don't.
What is that, by the way? Jason's show.
Oh, it's Department of Security Theater. Yeah.
My issue with the TSA is their attitude. That's all I have to say.
With that said, though, I have a weird position on this in that I am both pro mass surveillance and also pro you taking every technological advantage of like ways to like make yourself cryptographically like protected. So like, you know, use your VPNs, use your password protectors, use your et cetera, because I think there are a lot of pros to having a lot of information. Like I have a Google Home in my house, which I know is surveilling me. but I also personally, use as much cryptography as I can. So it's like a balance there.
No, I could see that.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Like my position with respect to like, while right now the only people, I mean the U.S. does it too, but I do ultimately think that having as much information on the populace as possible will kind of solve a lot of democratic issues. In that, people vote from like ideological perspectives, but fundamentally, if we have enough information on people, we could just make the decisions that we know that they actually want, right? As opposed to like, it's like what's the term? The term is like revealed preference versus stated preference. People's stated preferences do not match what they actually want. So if you have enough information on people, you could just make policies and give them things that they actually want versus what they say they want. If that makes sense. Like I actually want, I don't know, like for like the most apt example I can think of would be like the pornography debate. A lot of people's commentary on pornography versus what they actually view is completely different. Or like, I guess like to make this more like PC would be like the whole like the rise of like feminism also matched with like the sales of like 50 Shades of Grey. If that makes sense. Like the revealed preference and state of
people don't actually care that they're being spied on. People don't care. It's a fact. Everybody knows.
We volunteer our own information now. I remember like a decade ago or whatever, Alex Jones is like raving about like all this stuff. And now we're purposefully giving our information, putting our faces onto the Snapchat filters, giving personal details away. We do it now. Like the government doesn't have to force us into it. Like we do it purposefully.
Well, I mean, he just talked about having the Google Home device. It's like back in the 60s and the 70s, we're all talking about like the government, like, oh my gosh, the government's going to wiretap my house. Now it's like, hey, government wiretap. What's the weather outside?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what's the weather outside? Can you play my playlist? And I'll let you spy
exactly.
on me. It's fine.
Well, the problem for me is the boiling frog effect, where if we keep getting more and more of these laws, they could end up doing things like, I remember back at the 2012 Woodstock Film Festival, I was complaining to everybody about this National Defense Authorization Act that Barack Obama was going to pass that would allow for indefinite detention. So it seems like we always have these degrees of things that keep getting added on. And I look at a country like Russia, for instance, where you had this old man who got arrested for making a post criticizing the abusive way the police treated this female protester. So when it gets to that level, when it gets to a China level, we're not going to be able to protest that anymore once it gets to that level. So the question is, what can we stop right now to make sure that doesn't happen? And I'm curious what everybody thinks.
If you really want to know what we need to stop to prevent like things getting crazier, I would say the contact tracing we've been talking about earlier. It's absolutely insane what they want to be able to do, the way they want to be able to track people.
I agree.
So I thought that was a really good point. And now that I can talk and y'all are listening, I want to clarify earlier. I wasn't saying a mask isn't a good idea. The reason I stopped, I jumped in on Jason, is he was saying that people not wearing a mask are going to die, and that's actually the reverse effect of what you're talking about, saying that people that aren't wearing a mask are going to kill people. So I just want to make sure disinformation, misinformation isn't being spread. I think this is the most critical issue in the country right now, because you might not, we might talk about, oh, we have to save people from being killed from the virus. We have 30 million people unemployed. People are living paycheck to paycheck. We're having a giant wealth transfer with small businesses being shut down. Amazon is taking over even more in the American marketplace. So this is one of the biggest issues in the country. I honestly, when Lev and Jules offered me this stream, I'm like, yeah, the thing is, nobody's cared about surveillance. The issue came up 10 years ago when we knew what happened with, Snowden telling us everything, and nobody cared. People like you were saying earlier, Vers, people don't care that they're being spied on. But I think people need to care that, people are losing their jobs, losing their businesses, and now they're going to have to rely on daddy government or daddy corporation in order to get a paycheck. That's the biggest issue. You can't go to the beach or we'll arrest you. You can't open your business or we'll arrest you. We're talking about surveillance. They're arresting people for going to the gym. That's what we should be talking about.
Yeah. So, but how can we?
I just want to clarify. I want to make it clear so there's no misunderstanding about what I was stating. Okay. Any person who doesn't wear a mask, I think, is being willfully ignorant of the risks that are out there right now.
It's a
And
blanket
they're
statement. That's
hold
a
on.
blanket
Let him,
statement.
let him,
Hey,
hold
Hold
let
on,
me
let's
finish.
finish.
This isn't.
Let me finish. I'm talking about my personal
This
opinion
isn't the thunder.
and how I feel. It's like, I mean, I'm not. So I'm saying that people who are wearing a mask, who are not wearing a mask, are being willfully ignorant of the risks that are out there, that are posed out there, and they are potentially putting my life at risk or the life of their loved ones at risk. Which, even though I don't know who they are, I still care about the common good of everybody. It's like, which concerns me, and so they are jeopardizing the health of others by their willful ignorance of the fact that having a mask on helps protect the greater good of everybody else, and also will make this whole horrible situation less of an issue if we all started thinking, if I'm wearing a mask and you're wearing a mask, we are safer for it, instead of saying,
Yeah,
screw that, they're trying to put me down by putting a mask.
completely? To me, that's completely sensible. I mean, I think that
That's just me.
what bothers me, and what I find so frustrating, boy, I'd love to hear some answers to this, is when you look at the way Americans react to that. It is so divided by sort of people who are, this oversimplifies it a little bit, but it's pretty much true. People who hate Trump and people who like Trump. And so there's 45% of Americans, some number like that, who are disdainful of masks, who think that the lockdown is oppressive, who are happy to go to spring break, who may not be storming the state house in Michigan with automatic weapons, but basically are opposed to it. And there's something like 55%, if you believe the polling, that say, listen, it's totally. I mean, anybody ought to wear a mask. It's a completely responsible thing to do. But that is really what divides people, and people's reaction to it has nothing to do with the kind of smart debate we're having right here. But it's just this tribal thing. It's like I'm on this team or I'm on the other team. And boy, that to me, that's the enemy of independent thought. I don't know what you do about it. It's getting worse, I think.
I mean, I'm not by any means on any tribe, but I definitely don't like masks. Who has taken precaution against Corona, even though I think it's been overstated? Like I was buying water filters in January, for example.
By the way, your audio is down. Your audio was
down
great
again?
just a second ago. I don't know where the mic is, but wherever
Can
it
you hear
is,
me
that's
better
where
right
the
now?
audio is best. I don't know if there's any way to bring it closer or not.
Can you hear me better right now?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't like masks. The only thing I like about masks is that is the way that it can conceal your identity from cameras and stuff. Outside of that, I don't. I'm in New York City. I genuinely don't care too much for masks. I wasn't wearing a mask until
Okay, wait. So
stories
how's
stopped
New York
allowing
City
me.
doing? Because I left New York City March 10th, and I've been upstate for 3 months, and I'm waiting to go back down because I'm paying for rent. So how's it looking? How's it going?
Everyone's annoyed that we still have to do this, for the most part.
That we still what?
Have to be quarantined. That's where that's where people are still going outside. The only reason I have a mask now is because I can't go into stores without people.
Right.
Yeah.
annoyed.
Most
you go into
people
the
are wearing
People that have
masks.
died.
Yeah.
But
Most people are.
Yeah,
How
but
many people
maybe
do you know
a
that have
month ago.
died?
Do I know how to die? I know no one who has. Actually, I have one person who's died. My uncle did, and then I know one person who's lost their sense of smell. But again, that's all. And I know people who have gotten it and were asymptomatic. But at this point, 3 months in, we're kind of why are we still doing this?
Yeah. I mean, can you go outside generally to go for a walk or something?
Yes.
I
Yes.
can.
Yes.
I can do that, but I usually wait till nighttime.
Right.
Because I don't like people that much. But
Arib Ahmed had a comment. China is doing a second lockdown. Have you guys read this?
Yes.
In Wuhan, yeah, because it's like there was a resurgence in Wuhan. They started getting cases, so it's like
they say that it has 3 peaks. So we've only had 1 peak so far, but they say that with these things, there's 3 peaks.
But if we're able to get remdesivir or any other drug available out there to such an extent that everybody's is pretty much guaranteed to get it. At that point, I think it would be way safer to go out in areas like New York City.
Well, 100%.
Unironically,
the H1N1 virus in 2009. It's like they had the vaccine within 6 months. They went through hoops. They had the vaccine through the trials and available in November of 2009. It's like it was widely available in December. It's like, and that was a pandemic that was started in America. It's like, and we responded to it, and it's like, and we got it out there, and we still have to take. That's what that yearly flu shot's about, because H1N1 keeps mutating. So you have to take a different flu shot every year.
I'm
Yes,
not taking
your
that.
yearly flu shot is
I've never
from
done-
is
I'm
stemmed
not doing
from
that.
the H1N1 from 2009. Humans don't know about history and they don't understand where these things come from, but that's actually where it's from. It's like it originated in the H1N1 originated. I think it was in Kentucky. I'm not 100% sure. It's like, but it was a swine flu variant that started that. It's like, and so that's why we have to take that yearly flu shot, that yearly vaccine, to keep us from it being as deadly as it was. It's like, so yes, I think that we will have a vaccine very soon. It's like, I think it's being worked on. I think it's going to be done, and I think it will be fast tracked. It's like, but it's still, I don't think, best term scenario, not available until the beginning of next year at the earliest. Once a vaccine is readily available to everybody, yes, everything should start going back to normal. Everything should be going back. I'm not saying keeping a constant lockdown and constant fear of this, but I'm saying take precautions to minimize the deaths of others. It's like, until it does.
This
But
is amazing
very
to me. I gotta take this. This is amazing to me. This whole conversation is talking about, we want to talk about security, and we were bringing up the TSA. There's nothing America does less competently than, as you say, security theater, the TSA. What should we do? How should we handle security? How should we take care of people? You know who does handle security well? El Al, the Israeli security. When you go on a plane to Israel, they don't let any nonsense on there. They don't make you take your shoes off. They're not retarded.
I've been through Tel Aviv. Yes,
take care of the people going on the plane, and there's no incidents for a long time. And in Israel right now, they're not locking everything down. They've opened things back up because they're smart. They read the data and they say, oh, you know what? We just have to quarantine the elderly. The elderly are most at risk. We have to make sure they're most protected, but we don't need to say you can't go to the beach, you can't go to work. Saying the entire country can't do anything until there's a vaccine is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think that it did help.
The elderly.
Sorry, Bob.
You go first.
Yeah, no, I think it did help taking whatever precautions we need to. Yes, keep distance, quarantine or whatever. But yeah, it is time now to go, okay, let's start to get back to normal. But my little sister has leukemia or recovering from leukemia. There's the elderly, there's whatever. Now it's time maybe keep them secure, and we can start to figure out how to function again.
Well, it is also a question about the American people. If
we can't point it at elderly though, the numbers show that, and I can't cite them precisely, but probably half or better are below age 60. And the most recent thing is with babies in New York City and young children getting a specialized syndrome from it. You can't just say, let's isolate the elderly.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, you said that, but I don't think that's it. If you were 25 and had diabetes, or if you were 25 and morbidly obese, you'd be a candidate for a ventilator.
I mean,
what?
I the thing with this whole thing is on the one hand, yeah, I get it, but why are we stopping the flow of civilization just because of a potential virus or whatever? I got H1N1 when I was in college, because I was in a dorm and that's how everyone got it.
Oh,
but it was 2 days of being sick and then it was over, right? You're going to get sick, and the only reason why personally I believe that we stopped society is because they understood that there was a potential of it being a bioweapon. If it were not thought to be some kind of actual issue, beyond just the scope of a simple disease, we would never have stopped anything. And for that, there's been many diseases before, even with the Spanish flu. It was in the early 1900s. It wasn't they stopped society. They just there was some precautions taken, but things didn't just
But millions of people died, didn't they?
Yeah,
exactly.
Many people died.
I mean, most of us don't really want millions of people to die.
But it's not.
Well, we are living in
Mao Zedong.
It's worse. than the Spanish flu.
This
Like,
is
what's going on, yes, what's going on now is worse than 1918. It's like it has a
What?
it has
in what way?
You're saying that am I wrong? It's like please
Yeah,
please tell me
You're
with
totally
the data
wrong.
that
You're
the
100%
Spanish
wrong.
flu has a
completely
lower
wrong.
mortality rate than COVID.
But millions
That's
died
correct.
from the Spanish flu. We
Yeah,
have
it's not
maybe
even
a
close to
million now.
that. It's not even close to that.
Yeah,
Like-
it's been months since it started. It's like I'm not talking about it in totality. I'm talking about the actual from the testing, from the percentages, what the mortality rate is from the flu, from people contacting it versus the 1918 flu strain. It's like which one has, I believe that there was a higher percentage rate of mortality for those who have actually contracted COVID than the people who contracted the Spanish flu.
Yeah, and you know what? In the Spanish flu,
I don't believe
it was the
I don't
second
believe-
wave.
Wait, Andrew, let
believe it,
Ella
though.
speak.
It was,
I don't-
think
I'm
it
just-
was
I don't
the
believe
Bob
second
want to
wave.
go? Didn't Bob want to go? What happened?
Oh yeah, Bob.
About what?
I
Okay,
thought-
about
Oh,
what?
sorry. I thought you wanted to speak and you asked for the floor, but maybe things changed.
If
Well,
I
let-
did, the moment passed.
Yeah.
But in terms of the mortality rate, he's correct. It's extremely high. I think the numbers, and it might have been out of New York City, but they were approaching 10% of those who were hospitalized.
Okay.
Now, in terms of once you're on the ventilators, which is later on emergency, about 86% of those people are dying.
Because the ventilators, from all evidence, seems to suggest that it makes things worse. But I just Googled it really quickly from like a legitimate from the CDC. The 50 million people died from the Spanish flu. That's like of the population of the planet at the time. That's like a significant fraction. Like it's not.
Yeah.
We're nowhere close to the mortality rate.
I think
Well,
it's about like
it's
the
only been a few
virus.
months.
We'll get that.
We don't have a vaccine. It's only been a few months.
Yeah, you
One
sound like the
year.
guys that were saying Florida and Georgia, if you open up, they're all gonna die, and then nothing
1
happened.
year.
Oh, just
50
keep
million people
waiting.
died.
We're all gonna
Listen.
die. Just keep waiting.
Well, be careful.
You're
In
good at
1918, the Spanish flu lasted for 1 year, and 50 million people died. We are never going to catch up. 50
Yeah, I think what he
million
was
in 1
talking
year
about was
is a lot.
like the
Right.
virality of it, like how
Here it is.
quickly
Here-
it can spread. But
So
I mean,
Well,
the fatality rate is about 1%, which is about 10 times the fatality rate of the typical seasonal influenza of 0.1%.
That's the typical. Is that the one that killed all of the millions of people that Verz is talking about?
So well, even that one, it's like I'm trying to get to it. It's like, but they're saying that it is worse.
I mean, I have the
Oh,
CDC
yeah, they
open
say
right
a
now.
lot of
It's
things.
not
or
like,
infectiousness. I think that's the word. Like
yeah, it is
how-
more.
how
It is more infectious. They were doing tests on virality of SARS in Wuhan. It is definitely more infectious, and there are potential
That's
side
what I'm
effects that we
saying.
don't know about. But that doesn't.
But
it's
in a way,
still
that's
not
kind
as
of a good
dangerous.
thing, because if we have so many people who don't even know that they have this thing, who are living perfectly okay lives right now and will develop antibodies, then I see that as being a potential good. I just think in
Herd
general,
immunity,
like people today, we are much more, we see our lives as being much more precious than people may have done way back when we had child mortality, much more commonly. So I think that because of that, we do want to take precautions to make sure that less of us die. But why are we talking about the vaccines when we, even before the vaccines, could get certain treatments like remdesivir or whatever that people can already take and be protected from this thing as long as there's enough of these treatments to go around? Why not start there?
I want to
we can-
shell. I want to shell for.
If we can get some of those things, I think that's great. But by the way, you know what the two main treatments for the Spanish flu were in 1918?
What?
What?
Leeches and bourbon. So we've at least advanced
Bourbon
a
would
little
work.
bit on that. No, maybe the bourbon would still work, but I would not recommend the leeches.
Yeah, Keith Richards would probably advocate for the full blood transfusion, right? You do the.
I mean, they gave
that.
me. They gave me.
I just want to. I just
codeine.
wanted to. I just wanted to echo what Ellis said. I feel very lucky to be working right now. I think it's a very unprecedented time, and I just want to show for 11 Joules, break the rules. We really need patrons to sustain this show. Once we reach 1,000 patrons, we're going to start contributing 2.5% of our proceeds to charities that help promote education and youth in general. And I'm just so grateful that we have such a wonderful panel here such a wonderful panel here to talk about these things. And I hope that we can transition into talking about how this pandemic might lead to mass surveillance, and then talking about mass surveillance in general.
Yes.
Frankly, I love the NSA. I think it's great, right? I totally don't mind being under surveillance 100% of the time, not only from the NSA, but from Facebook and from Google and from Amazon and from Twitter and from hackers. You know, I go into hacker chat rooms, walk around like a giant peacock, and they're like, what the heck is that thing, right? And like my computer constantly acts like the poltergeist in it. And I just think it's kind of, you know, it's just like living in the jungle a different way.
That is terrifying.
It's so terrifying.
As a hacker, as an actual real hacker, that is terrifying. It's like, I mean, and also as a person who on probably a lot of watch lists, because I go to a lot of weird countries, it's like that there's a lot of issues with that. It's like when you talk about mass surveillance, it's like we always want to talk about mass surveillance as in the common good. It's like well, it's like that's going to help with the contact rate, but it's constant misuse and the constant lack of security on that data once it's taken.
Yeah, and I think it's also you not even knowing sometimes. Like you say you're aware that you're on this and you're on that, but like sometimes I get freaked out because I'm technologically like retarded, and I'll do something where it'll like download some virus or whatever, and I get so freaked out that someone can see my camera, that they're going into my computer, that they're doing something. And I was living in the UK for 2 years, and I was amazed by their CCTV. It's everywhere, to the point where we'd go into a parking garage or something, and I see a flash, and I'm like, did they just take a picture of it? Or I saw when we're paying out, they show you a picture of them, a picture that they took of you, and I'm like, they took a picture of me? I didn't know that. Like, that creeps me out, the fact that I don't know. It's different if you're being told.
Part of me feels like it's like hedging, where so I was very inspired by a book on Mark Zuckerberg's reading list called Orwell's Revenge, which is the 1984 palimpsest. So what they did was they took all of George Orwell's writings, they had an AI generate an optimistic future where the surveillance is not a one-way system. It's the screens that are being used to monitor the people are also being used to monitor the monitors, right? And so it becomes a two-way street. And I was very inspired by, there's a passage in the book that talks about using, like developing a new vocabulary with pictures and things like that, where you could start condensing ideas and delivering them in a way that would take thousands of words, right? Like a picture's worth 1,000 words. And so, you know, like I have this story that I've told before on the podcast. I was talking about it a little bit with Jason before. You know, I was hacked shortly after college by a guy named Gariano Lorenzo.
You know his name.
He posed as a Paramount Pictures producer. He actually has like a lot of online information. Like you can look him up, and he showed me a picture of him at DEF CON. He told me he used to be one of the best hackers in the world. He told me he made his money in Bitcoin, and he was like an investor on the film Open Water, which was that like Blair Witch style project with the couple that gets stranded out in shark infested water. And I kind of developed Stockholm syndrome with him. Like I started realizing, like after he made me like totally submit to him, which was like a really frustrating story, like I then felt like he started looking out for me, and it started feeling like he was my guardian angel, right? And so I feel like I've become a honeypot in a sense, where like people that do hack me suddenly are like, why is this so easy to do? Like there's nothing here, this is so disorganized, like what the heck is going on? And then I think there's a chance that their stuff then becomes infected.
This is not the rabbit hole I thought we were going to be going down.
Getting back to the topic of COVID trackers.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're still in a fantasy world with that actual technology. There's stories out that they've tried it. The human interface just doesn't work. The only thing that is really working to track is to send teams out to find out, interrogate the person that's sick, and then go out and personally touch base with the people that they They talked to or interacted with and tracking it down manually. Either the human condition or the mentality or something is ruining the ability of these computerized COVID trackers to work. So the question is then, if they don't work, why are they still pursuing that and not investing in human, what we in the intelligence community you'd call human? Why don't they have people go out there and do it?
I think they're hiring people. I think they're hiring people to do that now. My sister was looking at.
Well, what is to be gained from this? Is my question. You don't like it's all either retro like vaccines are for inoculations, right? So if someone already has it, they're not helped by it. If it's gone already, then who cares about a vaccine? Like nothing, like tests are done after nothing is gained from any of this other than giving.
Well, tell that to people with polio. Oh wait, we don't have polio anymore.
No, I understand like the point of like
this is how every infectious disease that's dangerous is tracked down. You go to the source and you keep going in the finer and finer tree. You get down to the trunk, and if you can identify everybody in that complete tree that actually has it, instead of just the 10 other people he talked to besides the one that got him, you go and you follow that tree until you can extinguish the disease.
But a good point is, where's the kill switch? Where is the kill switch when the government has that data and they've stopped the virus? It's like, do they stop the contact tracing? Do they stop the app activity? The key thing is, yes, if you want to give your government all this information, when are they going to give it back to you? When are they going to not be able to track you? When are they not going to, when does that ever happen? It's like, so I'm sorry, I'm not as big a fan as the NSA or as trusting as Big Brother in this government of people trying to get this information about how much they're trying to protect me, because there are humans with that data and humans are fallible. There are documented and reported cases of NSA workers and FBI workers and other government officials who were out there to protect and serve, who are using their sources to check up on spouses, to check up on exes, to look at people, to find out people that they were stalking, they abused the services that they were given. It's like, who watches the watchers? It's like, so if we're going to give them all this access, what are the controls to control that access? And more importantly, where are the controls to take it back once the incident is over?
You know, listen, any of these things clearly can be abused, and I'm all for having safeguards on it. But of all of the information I can imagine that the government would be gathering on us, right? Our political views, our money decisions, our personal relationships. I got to tell you, the one that I would seems to me that there is some social good in is who's spreading around infectious diseases, and you know, at least you can go to the people and you can say, hey, you know, you don't want to be killing other people, so maybe for the next couple of weeks you ought to stay home, or you ought to wear the high-tech mask.
Yeah, trust the government. Let them put stuff in you.
I would
the
not
advantage,
trust the government
it isn't that you can trust them. I mean, obviously, any
just
organization,
do it anyway. You can't trust them.
I wouldn't willfully allow them.
Any organization is going to abuse that information to some extent. But boy, wouldn't you say that if you had to come up with a list of 100 instances of secret information that is kept on us, wouldn't this be the one that would sort of be the easiest to justify?
No, this is probably the lowest on the list.
Oh my God!
With something.
I would definitely not like this one.
Where would it stop, and how would it be taken back? It's like, that's the problem. It's the same thing. The Patriot Act was a temporary legislation to protect us against, you know, the bad people.
That wasn't even a real threat.
The Patriot Act is
still going
on. The war on terror.
I have a problem with Ellis saying that, right? Because the way I feel when they parade Edward Snowden around, it's like they're parading around like a mimetic AIDS virus, where they want to basically take away our white blood cells to make us vulnerable to a bigger disaster, and then impose bigger security's on us, right? Like if 9/11 happened because of a breakdown in communication, right? And then the people saying like, hey, we should focus on this small problem. It's like people that say, oh, statistically, like that's never going to happen to you are abusing statistics. They're abusing.
Yeah, I'm not
right?
arguing.
I think
I'm
what
not
people,
arguing
the
that.
reason why I think the mainstream media is parading Snowden around is because it's like they're trying to basically take away our white blood cells so that we'll be vulnerable to a big attack or a big disaster, and then they'll impose harsher clampdown,
Well,
right?
listen,
I think that I am not falling for that one.
All right, let Ellis respond.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to sign on to your view that they're getting ready to steal our white blood cells. That sounds.
It's
like
an analogy to the NSA surveilling people. Like when I find out the NSA is surveilling 2 million people, I'm like, that's nothing. Like they should probably be surveilling 2 million people, right?
Well,
and it's probably like assisted by algorithms. Like that's good, right? I like them doing their job. Why do we pay so many taxes to the government when the only reason the government should exist is for national defense, police, and the courts? And they're not even that good at that stuff. Well, but as far as like imposing like contact tracing for like if you're gonna make people sick, that should be left up to private industry. People are better codifiers of behavior than the government. You can't legislate morality.
Yeah, but then corporations can also do terrible things too.
Let Ellis speak first.
I welcome your suggestion that we try to keep good perspective on it, because that is true. But let me remind you how we provide health care in this country, right? I mean, there are these health insurance companies that know every single intimate fact about all of our health lives. They trade it around, they sell it, they market to us about it. It's out there. 99.9% of Americans turn it over voluntarily. I mean, I think to me, that's like 1,000 times more dangerous than in the midst of a virulent pandemic that I'm not going to tell someone, not going to share with some, social worker guy who it is that might also be spreading this. I mean, there's a kind of a legitimate reason to do that, isn't there?
Well, let's break it.
I would use Pokemon Go on my phone. Like I have all these I'm tracked by everybody.
Well, let's break it down for a second.
As far as like,
hold on,
Jules.
Law. Let's break it down for a second. After the Patriot Act, what do we currently have now that we didn't have before that infringes much more on our liberties?
Smartphones.
Well, I mean, after the Patriot Act got passed, like what were the things in the Patriot Act that made it worse for us in terms of our liberties?
So FISA courts.
Cell phone, tabs.
Go on, Andrew.
Yeah, it's cell phone tapping.
You have the FISA courts where they can basically, run you up for anything, and it doesn't need to follow the normal judicial process. You got the TSA, which is violating the Fourth Amendment every time they reach in somebody's bag with no cause.
100%.
When you have a complete police state at this point, and people don't even care. So that's what, when you offered me this stream, I'm like, well, American people don't seem to care whatsoever that we're living in a police state, and they don't even mind the fact that they call Donald Trump Hitler, and he's in charge of the police state, and that's still not their issue. Like they just passed a new set of laws giving more money to the police state, giving them more power to go do crazy things, and Donald Trump's in charge of it, and they still don't care. So for me, this is kind of sadly, it's a dead issue. The American people don't care. They want to be on TV, even if it's just an NSA agent watching their videos or whatever sick thing they're doing.
Well, we have a good comment, by the way, from Nicotine Gaming. The justice system contains parties whose jobs it is to charge and prosecute people of crimes. That's by design, but the power of those agents is limited also by design, and it's important to maintain. That balance of powers is important, so I'm curious if you guys see that as being in effect right now or not really, because that's the real issue, right? Like if these people could get away with locking people up from, let's say, transferring this cancel culture that's currently in effect, and it's already in a way being transferred to people losing, their banking account because they said the wrong word on Patreon or whatever other platform.
Well, I have two things to add to that. I'm actually one of the people. I'm on Chase Manhattan Bank's Wikipedia because I'm one of the people that they shut down my business bank account when they were shutting down all the conservatives.
Well, you're very dangerous, Martina. You're clearly dangerous.
I know, and that was an insane thing. But I also have another situation where so I was a burlesque dancer, and although if you can imagine, like all the other burlesque dancers in New York City, they're like super SJW and stuff. And they didn't like that I like Trump, my politics or whatever. So they freaked out and ganged together to like blacklist me. And I lost like everything. I lost my career, but they got so crazy about like targeting me that one of them in particular wrote a whole blog about it, bragging about it. But she put like false tips to the FBI because my husband, my fiance at the time, is British, and so because of that false tip, he hasn't been able to come into the country since 2016. I'm in my 30s. We can't start a family. We've been stuck in the rut of the bureaucracy of visas. And now it's like further investigating our visas. And like, it's just this constant bullshit because of that false tip. And it's so, I've never even had a speeding ticket. Or a parking ticket. I don't drive. So it's like, I've never been in trouble with the law. I have nothing wrong with me, but it's just the simple little like thing like that. And you get stuck in the system. And
can I bring up?
I've never had a ticket.
Can I bring up something important on that? What you just said. It's like they brought up this information. They brought up this false information. Yeah. Now imagine when the government's databases get leaked. Remember, my threat model is not your threat model. It's like people always everybody bases their decisions based on their threat model. Not everybody in general has the same threat model. If you're being targeted by harassers, that database dropping publicly is going to affect you way more disproportionately than someone who says, I have nothing to hide. If you're a person who's trying to leave a domestic abuser situation, or a person trying to flee a stalker or something like that, that data leaking is more deadly to you than it is to someone who says they have nothing to hide. Because my threat model is different. It's like, the government cannot be trusted because they've consistently shown through empirical data that they cannot control or contain or properly secure the data that they are collecting on mass surveillance on people and information that they're gathering. Even when the people willfully give them that information, they can't keep it secret. Those data, just recently in Britain, the whole database of people that were infected was leaked onto the internet. It's like, and those people were put at risk because now they're being targeted. So once again, you have to say, just because you have nothing to hide doesn't mean it can't be used against you.
I hate the nothing to hide thing. I mean, that's complete bullshit.
I could create such a way better story or narrative that would get you in so much more trouble if I had social media information about you, if I knew what places you were at. If I knew you were in this city at this place at this time at this restaurant, I could then create a complaint or something from that restaurant.
Well, yeah, I mean, the complaint to the FBI. I'll never forget getting a visit from an FBI agent and him saying that there was a tip saying that my fiance is a terrorist trying to come into the country. I mean, he's like a British nerd, you know, like it's the most insane shit ever.
But the more information they have, the more believable it is.
And we're still dealing with this bullshit. And yeah, that's the thing, is like, I now realize the value. And I mean, I've always been, you know, into freedom and, you know, wanting, I never liked that whole, if you have nothing to hide, why do you care kind of thing. Yeah. But now more than ever do I realize the value of my privacy. If people didn't know who my fiance was, they couldn't do this to me. You know, if they didn't know things about me, that he was British, they couldn't do that to me. You know, now I'm so protective. I'm not going to let anyone know when I have a child, when I'm pregnant. Next thing you know, I'm going to have CPS at my door.
Well, you know? Well, I'm really curious what Bob has. If Bob, you have any thoughts about this? Because
Bob,
you've been
by the way,
okay.
Bob, I love your glasses.
Oh, thank you.
Because you've been in the belly of the beast, so to speak. You've been in government, so I'm curious what your thoughts are on the comments that were made about how it handles security and what we have to look forward to in the future.
Well, I think you're right that there will always be a black swan. No matter how secure you get it, it's just in the timeline that somebody's going to create that black swan where it all comes out. And so compartmentalizing, there was a reason for compartmentalizing before 9/11. and that was that. So if a chunk leaked out, it was just a chunk. It was not the whole enchilada. And we consolidated
Ellis, you
into
need
the
to mute
NSA,
yourself when you're
and
typing.
that
Oh, yeah,
made
yeah.
it more
Ellis.
it
Ellis,
made
you got to
it
mute your
easier
keyboard
for
when you're.
it all to come out, everything to come out. Say what? Could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. There was just some keyboard noise. But also, I want to introduce Tim Napier. Tim is a political meme maker, senior editor and contributor for Coulter Culture BitChute videos, and the social media manager of the Motivated Armed Girls of America. Welcome, Tim. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, happy to join you. Hi, Lev.
Hey, so Tim, I don't know if you've been listening in on this conversation what we were talking about when it comes to the balance between liberty and security post-COVID-19 with whatever tracking systems are going to be in place now. What are your thoughts?
Oh, well, first, I mean, the conspiracy theories all seem to be right, and that's hilarious. It seems to be yet again another instance of people saying that governmental overreach is, it's only designed ultimately in our benefit whenever it occurs. But then you have to remember they never rescind powers that they take, and history will repeat itself because we're choosing not to learn. We're choosing to put our faith again in systems that we know aren't working to the benefit of us, not ultimately, not at the end. They're trying to get immediate hand-to-mouth responses. Like locking down individual state borders was like a cute concept. That's never really going to happen, not on a local level. And you're seeing it, I mean, in New Jersey now, you're getting people who are getting arrested for refusing to comply with contact tracing while the police are openly saying, you guys can go to the gym, it's not a problem. So it's like, yeah, but if I don't give you all my ID, you're going to arrest me anyway. So like, I can't really go, can I? I still have to go through every loop you're asking me to jump through. Like, to some degree, I think that the overreach it's going to keep occurring because it's fractured. It's like when people mention government as a homogenous group, it's not logical. It's not like that. Just like we have left, right here, within every faction of every borough, there is left, right. Depends when you got into the agency, depends who hired you, depends who groomed you for your position. And for the most part, I don't think that we're paying attention to this logically. And a lot of the people that are, I mean, take you guys, for example, in this podcast, you try to go over the details. You try to get into it on a human level. And that's a much more intelligent way to do it. Because unfortunately, the system itself is autistic. It doesn't take emotion into account. It doesn't take human interaction into account. It tries to line up what is on paper with predictive programming and human control. But the more that people aren't watching television and the more people aren't watching the same designated Mockingbird programming, they're not getting the same version of reality, and they're starting to wake up. And it's becoming a serious problem.
Wait, by the way, for those who don't know, can you explain what you mean by Mockingbird programming?
Okay, yeah, this is free to, anyone can look it up. You can go into the .cia websites and you can check out, they're pretty open about it. Mockingbird is when they install, John Brennan, for example, they install CIA agents in media so that they can control the information the public is receiving, and they can all repeat each other with the same go terms, buzzwords. I mean, we as the United States government always adopts the tools of its enemies, and we use Marxist tactics a lot. After Paperclip, we started adopting a lot of tactics that we considered immoral until we could use them ourselves. And it's fascinating that people think that the government, the nefarious black hat concept, there are people rubbing their hands together thinking, let's hurt the citizenry. I mean, that's a cartoon, man. That's a comic book. And the reality is it's just people who have never been told, hey, you don't have the authority to do that. Your head's getting too big, man. Like, it's rooms full of people that think instead that they are literal god emperors.
Well, Bob, since you were part of the Jimmy Carter administration, I'm curious what things you have personally observed when it comes to the things that Tim is talking about.
When I was involved, and I had a top secret clearance, and I worked in the drug war in the military, dealt with top secret materials, but I was really before big data. When we had a top secret file, it was in a folder, and it was marked with top secret. None of the stuff that I dealt with was digitized in those days. So when you had leaks, it was somebody got a hard copy of something and passed it on, and it's a different universe. That paper, it started with papyrus, and went on, and it was not designed to be duplicated easily. Now with the press of the button, Snowden can copy massive files and put them in a little briefcase and take them to Russia. No, it's an apples and oranges thing. I think the the main thing, though, when you look at it, is that we need to reintroduce compartmentalization, maybe tiered or something like that. You've got to have some kind of surveillance, because not only is our government looking at you, but other governments are looking at you. It was kind of funny. I'm an activist in a political party here in Iowa, and we had our state convention and our county convention and our district convention, and we had them absentee because of the COVID. And my computer translated it all into Russian, the ballot that I was to use. And I can only conclude that at some point that somebody, and I think it was perhaps facilitated by Firefox, but it locked in a code to gather the data in Russia and send it back to Russia on interview type questionnaires on certain software. And I guess the clincher was when I hit the submit on my ballot for the county convention and it went in, I was normally supposed to get a receipt that said that I'd submitted it. That receipt never came back. So obviously what happened with my data is it went elsewhere. We have those kinds of situations to deal with also. And there have been some very direct things in terms of Twitter. We were talking about your Twitter problems, or several Twitter problems. There was an instance where Twitter announced that they'd cleaned up foreign interventionists, and all of a sudden I lost 750 Twitter followers, just like that. So there's stuff going on that we don't see that's not just big government and big corporations, and somehow we have to rationalize the two. And we've not gotten there yet. We still have to deal with the foreign intervention and an overly powerful federal government.
Well, one thing that I'm also curious about is if you have any take on Operation Mockingbird, on this collusion between media and intelligence agencies.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ellis what his experience was working with intelligence agencies, but I think I spooked him out.
No,
So
Ellis,
Ellis, if you're watching, we love you, man. I want to pick your brain. Get back on here, man. We're missing your voice with the little security earpiece and, your awesome apartment.
Well, I actually have to, because I've been here on for an hour and 40 minutes, which is like, hopefully, y'all are probably tired of my rambling anyway at this point.
No,
but,
you are amazing, man. Thank you so much.
But thank you for having me. I do appreciate it. It's like I'm glad there was a lot of good, interesting. I mean, and that's one of the key things that I have to think we have to focus on is that we don't have to agree on everything as long as we respectfully disagree on issues and are willing to discuss them and have conversations on them. So it's like, so I appreciate for you having my, controversial opinions on, things and talking about them respectfully. And I do appreciate that. But yes, definitely thank you for having me, and thank you for the conversation. It was well thought out. It's like, and I agreed with a lot of the things that y'all had to say. So I think there was some common ground in this conversation. So thank you for that.
Jason, thank you so much for coming on.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, Bob, I'd feel really, really sad if I didn't get your take on the Operation Mockingbird thing, because it's always something that people, I think, nowadays think a lot about. How much is the media also involved with the intelligence community? Like Anderson Cooper had a relationship with the CIA before he got on CNN. He interned there, and I'm sure many other people also have similar types of relationships. And you can imagine it does strike the American people the wrong way when they imagine how much connection there may be. And I'm curious about your take on it.
It's there. How much of it is organized and how much of it is spontaneous between individuals, I couldn't really tell you. I know that I was also a public affairs officer in the media, and one of the people that I worked with in Korea became he was E6 with AFKN, Armed Forces Network Korea, and eventually became a very prominent commentator on Fox News. So you have people that grow from the intelligence community into news, and one of the reasons they get picked up is because they know so much about the inside. So I think it's just like you have the mobile transfer in appointments between industries and government and back and forth. You also have that within the media. You have somebody that knows a lot about a particular topic, and then they get drawn into the media from government or wherever, and that is it's a common phenomenon. It's people seek out that expert no matter where, and then that becomes the bridge, the two-way communication. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's very, very bad. How much that is, it's difficult to orchestrate on a master basis. I think it's probably more individual cases, but then gradually people talk and talk, and the news spreads. And I think that is what I would call Operation Mockingbird. I may be wrong. I don't see a giant conspiracy, but I do think it is there, and it sometimes it's good and sometimes it's very, very bad.
I always think it's important to distinguish that consensus is not conspiracy, right? Like when people, I think one of my biggest problems with John L. Casey's book Dark Winter, he worked for NASA, and he thought that a side of the story was being suppressed. So it wasn't even necessarily that he had all the answers, but as far as the scientific tradition goes, you're supposed to be weighing all the different information. And his experience was there was a body of information that was being heavily suppressed. And I think it's important to not do that, right? I think my fear would be that there are some people in government, because they have so much information and they don't trust people's behavior, that they would construct what they believe are noble lies, right? Where we like how the WHO didn't want to run on masks, so they said it wouldn't help you at all, right? So they could make sure that the frontline responders and the people in the hospitals would have them, instead of basically coming out forthright and saying, this is the situation, we don't want to run on the masks. I think it's very problematic, especially when so many people's lives are affected. And when we're moving into this mass surveillance world, I look at what's happening in California, how they're rolling out surveillance drones provided by China that have been banned by the US military. And so I just think that, it's important for people to not be a bunch of ostriches, right? It's like that South Park episode when there's like a big problem coming and everyone goes, oh, I know how to deal with this problem. Like, I'm just going to stick my head in the sand and be an ostrich. And, I think we can have a transparent society and we can enjoy freedom of information. And I think people need to be informed about how to contend with this bureaucratic leviathan, because it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And you need people inside and outside to grapple with it, right? Like, these institutions aren't monoliths. Like, the FBI is not a monolith. The CIA is not a monolith. Like, you have infighting within those institutions, right? So it's you don't want, people to not trust anyone, right? But it's important for everyone to be a skeptic of the world and of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, going back in history on that, I think the best example in ancient history, relatively ancient history, is J. Edgar Hoover, and how he manipulated both the massive amount of information that he had access to as director of the FBI and the media. The media made him a hero because of he would go out and he'd bust these gangs. But as he became older and more autocratic, and he was in from the 30s on, I think, into the 60s, maybe even the 70s, he got worse and worse. I had a good friend actually in the Carter administration who was involved in, shall I say, unmasking J. Edgar Hoover. And what it was, they were trying to track some destructive things that the FBI had put out on information. And they found it, J. Edgar Hoover had a pen, and it was Hoover Blue was the color of the pen. He was the only person authorized in the agency to use this Hoover Blue. And on the files where the incidents happened, they checked and they found his handwritten signature on each one. He had personally looked at the personal files that they had on these individuals and orchestrated scandals about them. And he did it in a much smaller scale because everything was manual. But take his experiences and multiply it by the opportunities you have with massive automation. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry at various levels within the various communication has the potential to be his own little JFK, only they're harder to track because you don't have a Hoover Blue pen.
And the Senate just passed of an ability to check everyone's web history without a warrant.
They were two votes shy.
But we don't even
two votes
have
shy?
2 votes shy. 27
Did it
Democrats,
pass?
10
It passed.
Democrats, 27 Republicans. The first vote, they were 2 votes shy. They might have run it again.
All right, but I mean, for the time being, I'm sure they're taking advantage. But why doesn't that go both ways? Like, why can't we check their web history? Right?
That's
If
why
we're
you
gonna
got to
pass
use
that
Tor.
so that they can check everyone's web history.
Verse.
Why can't we check their web history? It just seems like that if you're gonna pass that law, in what conscience do you not say, okay, for us to use this ability, you can use this ability on me?
Verse.
Yeah. Oh,
You
I was
had
saying
something to
that's why you
say.
use Tor. Yeah, that's why you use things like Tor and VPNs and other things like that. Like, sure, I am skeptical to the degree to how effective some of these technologies are. When I know like there's like several countries will exchange in order to get around surveillance laws. Will exchange web data with other countries so that they can spy on each other's countries. There's like some VPNs don't actually work. But that's why you got to use all the technologies available to you to get around things like this. Use like encrypted browsing, use encrypted like just encryption in general. Like my phone has encryption on it. My browsing history, all my data. I use cryptocurrencies. I wrote about cryptocurrencies. Like all these things are critical because as technologies get better, and surveillance will also increase along with it, and as such, you have to protect yourself as a sovereign individual, so to speak.
And Tim, where do you see things going in the future when it comes to, we were talking before about how these tattletales and just various stool pigeons or whatever you want to call them who are into this whole cancel culture, how they're students, they go to these schools, then they go into positions of power. Eventually, some of them are going to end up in these various intelligence agencies, and they're going to want to screw people over who they find to be politically incorrect, let's say. So I'm curious if you've seen things going this way, and just your general thoughts on that.
Absolutely, that's happening. I mean, you can look right now in Portland. Antifa are openly celebrating the fact that they've elected someone into a position of authority who will dismiss assaults on officers and dismiss petty assaults if the political leaning designates the target to be a bad person and thus okay to harm. We're watching it happen on the ground level. I think it's going to get much worse going forward because we're not addressing ideology. We've forgotten ideology. We've gotten so finicky about left versus right, and now let's redefine that to be alt-right and extreme left, and let's redefine that again to be reaction and progressive, and let's redefine that. No, we're not talking about ideology. No one's growing, no one's learning. These people are not realizing that they're committing the same evil acts that they're condemning, but it feels good because they're vindicated in saying, oh, I'm hurting the bad person. Well, that all you're really doing is building a cycle of hate in which you're rewarding yourself for hurting someone else, and you're looking for someone to hurt, and now you're finding a person that you can deem evil, and by throwing that dehumanizing label on them, now it feels good for me to attack you for whatever I'm projecting your beliefs to be. And more often than not, these people that are responsible for it are just mentally ill, they're unstable. I mean, look at what's happening on Twitch. I don't know if you guys pay attention to that, but you've got a gentleman who thinks he's simultaneously a male deer and a female human being on a trust and safety advisory council, banning people because he says all gamers are white supremacists. That's their words. How is mental illness allowed to bully
and not wanting to allow voice chat as well?
Yeah, voice chat is considered to be a tool of supremacy.
So we've already built a hierarchy here in which the mentally ill are going to bully the non-mentally ill, and if you complain, you're the problem. That's not an ideologically succinct structure. That's madness. And I think a lot of the adopt what our enemies do tactic. I mean, the U.S. government, if you want to get into the big stuff media doesn't talk about anymore, like Epstein, that's a Stalinist tactic. They did the same thing, and before Stalin died, like Soviet Russia was an insane fest of everybody fucking over everybody else with every dirty secret or lie you can imagine, horrible things happening to dissidents' families, it all getting swept under the rug because these people are evil. It's fine, fuck them. They're anti-state. They're anti-us. Us and them mentality is a bad ideological precedent.
One quick story, by the way. My mom had a friend whose parents told on both their own daughter and my mom to the KGB because they were reading the wrong book. That's how fucked up people got in the USSR when it came to, just that kind of nefariousness. But another thing that I'm very curious about is, like, you're talking about, like, the attack squads, of Antifa. But how much of a relationship is there, let's say, between them and elected officials? People who are within these districts who would empower such behavior.
You remember Sean King saying that he's going to release the address of the gentleman in Georgia if they don't come forward to the police? He said, I have your address. I'm going to release it to my millions of Twitter followers. Now, think about the average IQ of a person who's going to look at every situation and say, oh, I saw skin color. I'm going to stop there. Now I'm going to get angry. It's a good idea to give those people's home addresses in any direction. What if Richard Spencer was doing that to Sean King? I'm going to put your address out there unless you blah, blah, blah. It's ideological. If you're inconsistent with your ideology, you're a fucked up person. You need to be direct and mean what you say. If you want to say, I hate this group and I want to hurt this group, tell me that. You have the right to tell me that. It means I should avoid you, and I should make sure other people know to avoid you. But what I find really concerning is we have people who, I mean, I get doxxed all the time. People send me pictures of my dead father. They like say all this fucked up shit online because I use my name and my face. I'm not really worried about it because I know how to protect myself, and my family's a 2A advocate family. I'm not worried, but it's the mentality that concerns me because it's venom or vitriol over jokes, over memes. People will actually attempt to hurt you, and it doesn't just stop at emotional. It'll go into physical pretty often. I mean,
it just does not stop, and they'll go on and on and on. And I truly believe that they want you dead. They see you as an enemy. I mean, that girl that did the FBI tip on me, she did a whole blog about it. And towards the end, she was talking remembering that she had German soldiers that were her relatives in World War II. And what would I always wondered what I would do if something like that happened today. She's basically saying that she's fighting Nazis. She's by going after me, ruining my life. Yep. And to what degree is enough? I mean, she ruined my career. I don't work in that industry anymore. And now you're going to the FBI. Now you're trying to ruin my at what point is it enough? And are you happy with what you did? She thinks she's fighting Nazis. This is her 100%. Mentality. And as far as the Antifa stuff goes, I mean, it's also a situation where and to what Bob has said is that there's individuals. It's not like the FBI is one thing, the CIA is one thing. It's all down to the one individual looking at my husband's visa. Are they affiliated to Antifa or not? Are they on my side or not? I don't know who that one person reviewing our visa, what their ideology is and how they're going to view our history. And you can see that with there's been Antifa that has been professors at universities. They're in institutions. They're in things. So
it's a big danger, and I want to introduce Domenica to the conversation.
Hi.
You've been listening in. So Domenica, when you went to school, how many of these Nazi hunters would you say were there? People who, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think people outright said it a lot. I think there's a lot of people that looked it though. When I left school around 2016, that Yeah, there were those people that you definitely knew were like, if you say the wrong thing, you're gonna be labeled an ist or this. It actually happened to me once. I remember I was having this conversation with someone from an improv club I was in, and a couple of her friends, and I was saying like how I was in this Halloween costume that I made up, where I was kind of inspired by the Mexican candy skulls, like Katrina, because I saw this movie which featured it, and then I was said that, oh, that's racist, and I kind of was taken aback because I need them explaining to me how racist that was, but because it's another person's culture, and it's like I'm not being it's not an offensive caricature of a culture. It's like I saw this thing that I liked, a part of this movie that featured Mexican culture, and I thought, hey, this looks awesome. I want to like do something.
That's how all civilizations are created.
Yes, but then it's like this person was trying to like say that because I was associated with something, but I was not handling it. I just shut them down. It's like you're trying to start something, which I guess I don't know how that made them feel about me, but it's like I never really stood for that. I actually, because I was hearing all this stuff, like I jumped in when the conversation was getting really juicy, where like all these people are trying to police stuff, like the deer person on Twitch, like that's just grinding my gears lately. I have so much to think about that.
Well, they're in a big position of power, and what I'm curious about is the people who are going to be the newcomers to the CIA or the FBI or to any of these intelligence agencies. How much would they fall for this idea that these people who happen to say what we consider to be the wrong thing should be shut down in a very religious manner? Because they would have the power to do that. And I know I'm just curious in everybody's thoughts on those particular branches. How secure are they from that type of ideological infestation?
Well, from what I understand, if you're going to sign up for the farm and you're going to get into covert or any sort of counterintelligence, you're going to be vetted, and it's going to be vetted from people looking for your micro expressions, vetted from people looking at your psychological responses that you aren't aware you're giving. I mean, there are great books and films, but a lot of them have too many elements of fiction for me to want to bother naming them. You have to extrapolate, and you have to know people who are connected, and then you do know when you do those people, you can't say their names. So it's like you just got to pay attention to the fact that there are intelligent people laying the frameworks for these things. Like our founding fathers were geniuses. And when you look at the language they used, how specific they were to say, this is a country where God has given you rights, and one of those rights is you don't have to worship God. Well, okay, so now you said atheism is okay. Why is it an argument anymore? We're saying that God gave you these rights. You don't have to believe in him, but he exists. Is that not good enough? Well, it's only not good enough if you want to argue. And that's great because America's built on the idea that you can utilize your First Amendment to say your piece. But at the same time, it seems more like people are invested in short-term, fast reward ideological perspectives. Like I don't see any German socialists from the 30s on the streets. I don't see any Nazis anywhere. I see like a Christian getting egged because he has a cross around his neck. I see these anarchists rebel against Western society, just the Western society. They love other governments and other nations, so they're not really anarchists. They just hate my country. It seems really confusing to me. There's no consistency. Like their ideology is.
I think a lot of people are fairly critical of America, and sometimes I think people just use overreactionary language to express a tension or a contention they have. Sometimes some people say they hate America or America's the worst, and you have to take it with a grain of salt. And then sometimes it's even an invitation for friendship. Like in some cultures, like starting conflict with someone when you first meet them is actually how you demonstrate you want to be their friend. Like it's you know what I mean? Instead of just like being artificially sweet, right? Like sometimes if you like really have a bone to pick, you overemphasize it as a way to start a friendship. Like my friend Connor, who was in the film Uncut Gems, told me this funny story. He recently got sent to what is it? It's like SAA. It's like Sex Addicts Anonymous, because he went on this dalliance spree to the point where a pimp threatened him. And then he barged into this pimp's van, threw him on the ground, started slapping him around until they both started laughing and became friends and like yucking about jokes. And then he told his parents, and they were like, oh my God, what the hell is wrong with our son? And so they sent him to SAA, right? But I think that these are different types of cultures, right? Like when Die Antwoord did a Vice animation called Banana Pudding, they told a story about how they went on tour with Drake. And they basically made a post about how Drake's a massive faggot. And then basically everyone in Drake's entourage started hating on Die Antwoord. And they started, instead of confronting Die Antwoord, they went and started whispering to everyone, to the point when then Die Antwoord got dropped from everywhere. They got pulled off the promotional materials from their movie. And it wasn't until years later that Kanye West invited Ninja to Drake's place to play basketball, that Drake was just kind of, he describes him, he was just like very surprised that Drake like didn't push him to the ground or like start shit or like bark at him. You know what I mean? And it's just like so phony. It's like somehow we've said the way to be successful is to be phony. And I think it's just rotten.
Well, a lot of it, we're afraid of each other. We're afraid of what others are going to think of us. So we're training ourselves to self-censor because of a fear of the group's opinion. But what that is doing is conditioning people to be weak. We're conditioning beta male mentality, and then not in the concept of like alpha, beta, but in the idea of I'm not going to look you in the eyes. I'm not going to smile when I see you. I'm not going to tell you what I think. I'm going to say whatever I think you want me to say so that you don't get mad at me. What kind of a life is that to live? I do not understand that at all. If I disagree with you, I'll call you an idiot before I pretend I agree with you. And
Right.
people are so afraid of the idea of being judged for their opinion that they're going to go along with something that they know to be morally corrupt. And
Well,
we're watching it happen all over.
You don't want to condition people. The problem that I see is that you condition people to be incapable of having difficult conversations.
It's
right?
not just a matter of
And-
conditioning, though. There's also a legal precedent here. There is an interesting book that I was reading called The Age of Entitlement by Christopher Caldwell, which talks about how right now, according to him, we are operating under two different constitutional systems because of various civil rights reforms that were made during the mid to late 1960s. So because of that, we can have situations where if you hire someone who happens to be in any kind of like in any minority, and let's say you fire them, there is a good chance that now they could sue you, for being racist. Or in any other kind of context, like that Deer lady, for instance. I bet it would not be that easy to get rid of her, despite her abusing her power, because of these same well-intentioned reforms that were done at the time. And this is probably the vice grip that a lot of tech CEOs and other people in business find themselves in when it comes to a loud, vocal minority of these people on Twitter who have no problem shutting other people down.
Those are private
Absolutely.
companies. Like, I think it's fine if Twitter censors us or YouTube. Like, that's the big thing is they are private companies. My problem is when they're passing laws that are regulations, right?
So
like,
if it's
my
private
problem is the
companies,
corporatism,
Just
right?
As a social commentary on that, and it goes back because we're talking about how do we structure a conversation to either compromise or to hide things under the carpet or to just get it all out. And I'm from Iowa, the land of Midwestern nice, where we avoid confrontation nearly at all costs, and then we use that sometimes as a mechanism to hide the bad, sometimes to elevate the good. But it's a cultural it's a cultural enterprise, not necessarily unique to Iowa, but certainly something that goes around the Midwest. And then you hit a confrontation like Tim, like you're talking about, and sometimes it's hard to get those things out just because of the culture. And perhaps that's the reaction to that in the heartland may be what built this giant confrontation that we're in today, because eventually it just all had to blow.
Yeah.
I want to comment on like Lev's question about like whether or not these people are in like higher levels of like government or what have you. From my experience with these like online mobs, it's never anyone who has anything to like actually.
Oh, by the way, your voice is low.
Never done anything. Oh, sorry. It's never anyone who's done anything like constructive. It's always people who have not much to lose and not much status to begin with, so they get this like high off of like destroying other people's things other people have done based on like consensus. It's I've never seen anyone like who's done anything for like real also head like one of these mobs. So like it's not I'd be shocked if anyone of any level with any level of power was actually also part of them. So I think that if you're doing something constructive, you can I think you with some certainty can be sure that like no one in like government or very few people in government or very few people in like positions of power would actually have one of these opinions. These are often young people with like who are trying to defame and like discredit other folks. In my experience,
right? Have you seen any of the press releases from Pennsylvania recently? Some of this
Regarding-
ideology goes all the way up into government. Like we have people who will literally tell you that I don't want to step on any toes, but I have some pretty straightforward beliefs, and a lot of this stuff doesn't make a lot of this Marxist language bullshit doesn't make sense to me. You're telling me words that mean things don't mean the things they mean, and not you specifically, but that's the argument that I'm getting from a lot of these people that say like, oh, culture's changing. You know, it's just that things are changing. You have to adapt, and it's like, well, I don't fundamentally understand why my version of adapting is obviously a psyop, and when I resist it, I'm told, no, you're being an Isterophobe or an old guard or your boot. My favorite is when they're like, how's that boot polish taste? When I'm talking about like, yeah, I don't really think that my state should be giving a bunch of money to people that aren't contributing. That doesn't make sense. So yeah, you bootlicker. It's like, what? No, those two don't connect. You're not saying anything. Your ideology is whacked. Like it doesn't make sense. I definitely agree with you. They tend to fight there's no point in the fight. They just want to do harm. It's a lot easier to destroy than create. You can see the impact of your efforts immediately when you knock something down.
Like, it sounds like you've dealt with a lot of frustration. My concern would be for our very diverse audience that if it sounds like an overgeneralization, you know, I think sometimes, I know I do this myself, sometimes we overestimate our sample size in terms of, you know, like we pay too much attention to our individual experiences, and it can sometimes distort our view of how things really are. And I've found that you know, there's a lot of different ways to have the same conversation too. And sometimes like I've learned to like try to lose more arguments than I feel like I win. And then I've also then started trying to stop thinking about having arguments at all. Like, how can I turn an argument into a conversation? Because so many people are primed to think about arguments in terms of war. It's like I'm shooting holes in their argument. Like you know, I'm mounting my defense. You know, things like that, where when you frame a conversation in terms of war, then you have winners and losers. And the problem with, if you lose an argument and you have a negative experience while losing an argument, what happens to a lot of people is they don't respond to the content of the information, they respond to how the information makes them feel. So it's like the movie Inception. The reason why they needed to create a positive dream for the idea to resonate was because if it was a negative dream, like it would have been a negative reaction. And I think it's a metaphor to how real persuasion and how the search of truth should be. Like, a lot of people attach their egos to their ideas, right? And I think it's important to, like, the scientific spirit, like the scientific community is the only community when you gain status points for proving yourself wrong, right? Like in the science community, you actually gain status
Jules,
points.
Verse has got something to say.
I just want to push back on a couple things. For one, like, yeah, I hear you about like the pursuit of truth and like, you know, it should be like a conversation, but at the same time, these are real consequences in reality, and like we spend too much time coddling people's feelings for things that
100%.
have actual repercussions. Like, I don't care anymore if you're offended or if you're hurt because you're really destroying people's actual livelihoods. That's one. And then two, like, also the thing with science, like it's still an academy, so there's still like intra politics. So like you don't actually get the full academic freedom that people like want to make you seem like it exists. If that makes sense, like you're not actually getting the true peer review. People are still giving favors and what have you. Like there's the whole reproducibility crisis in science, but that's kind of a tangent. But in general, when it comes to these debates, like there are real things.
I think we lost Verse for a second. He's going to be back. But
I think he was exactly on point, by the way. And when he's talking about real consequences, I mean, like when we were talking about the lockdowns, that's why I went off on some of the people that were in here. When you're talking about spreading disinformation and scaring people and giving them wrong information, that leads to real world consequences like, oh, not enough people want to push things to reopen, and then you have people not being able to work, people not being able to feed their families. That's serious stuff. And by the way, I didn't even get to talk about all the points we were saying. One of them was saying, there weren't enough hospital beds or something like that. They had open ships in New York where they could have put patients with coronavirus. They could have put people onto these ships. They didn't even use them. They sent them into the nursing homes to die. I mean, it's criminal what happened in New York. And if we don't care about what the I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you just now. Don't do that. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Come on.
Yeah, I know. He shouldn't have interrupted me again. But what my point was that, when you put out negative information and you don't talk about what the reality is and you let people go off into fantasy land, then there's real world consequences of people dying. I agree it's important that you should have human dignity for people, but that doesn't mean you should intentionally lose debates. By the way, it's not okay censorship is not okay. It's like it's not okay for AT&T to cut your phone lines and say, oh, it's a private company. By the way, it's a public utility, so they can't actually do that. It's just the rule of law in this country hasn't mattered for at least 20 years. So, facts matter, reality matters, and we have to push back on nonsense. Otherwise, you get a country like China where they can say any kind of thing, and if you don't agree with it, the government just goes and kills dissenters. So that's the real world paradigm: is freedom in America and totalitarian China, and we're becoming more and more like that. And if we don't talk truth, we don't talk reality, with human dignity or not. By the way, I think Bob is a very intelligent man. I'm not trying to say he's a bad guy or the other people are bad people, but we have to speak honestly and tell the truth.
I want to hear what Bob had to say, though.
Yeah, my turn. Okay, the one that I was going to correct you on, that was the ship, the naval hospital ship, and that was not intended for COVID patients. That was intended for other patients, those that did not have COVID, but perhaps were in an accident or needed heart surgery or something non-COVID. It was not set up as a COVID ship. And that's why it was empty, because nobody wanted to do other hospitalizations during that time. And that's why it was taken out. And to use that as an excuse is misinformation. That's my point.
No, that's absolutely wrong. I have the article right here. The ship was sent to help fight coronavirus. So you're totally wrong.
Well, no, I just found one right now that says it treated a total of 77 patients whose treatment ranged from basic medical and surgical care to trauma care. So we were having the same conversation with Gennady, where we were talking about it being for non-COVID patients. That's the only thing that I was hearing this whole time.
That's not what it was set up for. That's not why it was sent there. Okay, if Governor Cuomo misused it, which is what he's been doing with all of his resources, misusing them, sending people sick with coronavirus into nursing homes, yeah, that's on the governor. But that's not what it was for.
How do you know that? How do you know
it
that?
Says it in all the stories on it. Go look it up.
No, but let's
because
actually.
They wanted to separate the COVID.
Pull them up right now. Send us the stories.
There was
yeah,
no
exactly.
other way to do it.
Send us the
but
stories
put
right
them
now.
On a ship.
Yeah, the one thing, I'll be honest with you guys, the one thing that I don't like
it's not so amazing. Just send us the stories. We'll
when I turn on cable TV.
I don't work for you. Go do some Googling.
No, well, hold on.
I found it in 2 seconds.
We're on the same side here.
Like when I turn on cable TV,
feel so
that's all cool, bro. Oh my god.
Like the one thing that I really don't like is when people start bickering on cable TV and nobody brings up any article. So this is actually the perfect opportunity. Andrew, I would love for you to find an article and just put it in the chat window, and then we could bring it up. I think that's a wonderful thing, right? Like, that's how we get.
That's the mature thing to do.
Yeah, that's how we get these things solved. But the other thing that I was wondering about, and I'm curious what Tim thinks of this, going back to the responsibilities that people have in these high positions of power. I'm not sure how many Alan Dulleses we have today as far as the intelligence agencies go. My hope is that we have responsible elites, that we have people who are responsible in these positions of power. But if the same people who go to these Ivy League institutions get their brains jumbled up by all the social justice stuff, how many of those, regardless of whatever micro-expressions are analyzed, end up being in the positions of power that are like at the top of these agencies in 2030?
I mean, honestly, the answer is unfortunate, but it's too many. And what I love is the right doesn't seem to engage the same way the left does, and the left doesn't engage the same way the right does. Instead, there's this divide where there's this invisible moral ground, and they spend more time digging away at the dirt underneath each other's feet than actually presenting a position. And it turns into a mud throwing contest. And it's just a competition where instead of you actually relaying a good idea, you're enforcing the ideas of a group's emotional rhetoric. And when they start to get really hyped up and into it, that's where Mockingbird becomes dangerous, because you turn on the news and you will hear the same nonsense stories. I heard about WMDs in Iraq for years and years. I mean, I know that we sold Saddam chemical weapons. I know that happened during Iran-Contra. I don't know about WMDs, nukes in Iraq. That didn't exist. Every news agency said it over and over. Thousands of our guys, hundreds of thousands of other guys died over the lies. And I look back now and say, okay, so ideologically, how do we stop that from happening again? You know how we don't stop it? We don't stop it by having someone make things up and having other people copy that made up fact, present it as fact, and call any naysayer an ist or a phobe because they disagree. Like, I have a serious problem with the idea that I'm somehow like breaking a norm or violating some sort of a rule by calling something what I see it to be. Like, if I say I'm uncomfortable with a gentleman in a dress following my daughter into the restroom, that doesn't make me a problem. Because if they feel comfortable doing it, I feel uncomfortable doing it, now who says whose feelings are worth more than the other person? Now you're building a structure that has no consistency, in which someone's like complete asymmetrical opinion has to be hierarchical built in a hypergamous structure with someone above someone else. Well, what I love is like a lot of these activist folks who will get angry and react all inappropriately and way off the wire and go for cancel culture. They themselves have a hierarchy in their head that is in itself supremacist, because they will say, there's an up group and a down group. And if you're violating the structure or the tenet of your group, or you're going outside of your individual zone, you are now the problem. And I find that to be reprehensible on a lot of levels, because kids look up to these people. And they're gonna end up, we're dumbing ourselves down. We're preventing, like you were saying earlier about the inability to have a discussion. I don't think that losing on purpose is going to get you very far if the person you're arguing with isn't using facts or logic. They're using their own emotional opinion, and they keep trying to assert that because someone might be offended, they're right or they're wrong. Like that doesn't make any sense. I don't want to play that game. I don't want to grow up in a world where people think that's discourse.
Well, I think a lot of people actually don't even completely understand what a fact is. There's something known as the half-life of facts, also known as the half-life of knowledge, where things that used to be facts turn out to not have been facts, right? Like, it used to be a fact that cigarettes were good for you. It used to be a fact that a shark never stopped moving. It used to be a fact that Pluto was a planet. Then it was a fact that Pluto was not a planet. Then it was a fact that Pluto was a planet again. What really disturbs me, Yuval Noah Harari's, it's not, so the thing is, there is the half-life of facts, and you can look at E.H. Carr's book, What is History? And, the whole beginning of that book talks about the nature of facts and what facts are. But what you said about where our rights come from is something that's very interesting to me. Yuval Noah Harari's book, Sapiens, disturbed me in a lot of ways, because he very
and by the way, who here has read this book?
Well, I'll just say what disturbed me about it, and then it is that he makes the argument that human rights don't exist. He says human rights don't exist, and he says that the government gives you your rights, and I find that repulsive. And I don't understand why that book has had like such a campaign.
All right, I've got a fact. We're talking about facts. You asked me for the link. A Navy hospital ship deployed to New York City to help fight the coronavirus outbreak is no longer needed, Governor Andrew Cuomo said Tuesday. At an evening press conference, Cuomo said having the ship had been worthwhile, even as the need for it didn't reach the levels that had been projected. Okay? The ship was for the coronavirus. That's what it was for. And
If you're saying fighting the coronavirus, one of the ways to fight it is to get patients who don't have coronavirus in there.
Yeah,
that's also fighting.
It was for people. It was for bike messengers. They needed it for bike messengers that got hit by cars. That's what it was for.
Well, you know what's wrong with that? You segregate them from the COVID.
That's insane. That's not what it was there for. And Cuomo isn't saying that's what it was there for.
He was talking about overall capacity.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Non-COVID.
It's nonsense. That's spin. That's nonsense.
Hospital, and putting him in the hospital ship.
Nonsense.
He increased capacity on land.
If there was a specific quote from that article that says, quote, this was the function of this hospital ship.
How much it didn't reach the
Andrew,
levels.
Send us the stuff. We'll pull it up on the screen right now, man.
I put it right in your chat. You asked me for facts. I give you the link, and you still like. Well, he didn't specifically say there. Give me a break.
It matters.
He exactly said it didn't reach the levels. What else do you need? Coronavirus didn't reach the levels they expected. It was for coronavirus.
We stepped on the curve. Look. My dad is very incredulous about this. My dad sounds like a tempered version of you with his skepticism. I don't think he's as incredulous or dismissive, but I don't know what the heck is going on with this virus. Like
I know for a fact Cuomo sent sick people that had coronavirus into the nursing homes. That's a fact.
Yeah, that seemed like a really bad mistake.
And he pulled his mom out? I didn't even know that.
That's fucked up.
As well.
I know the Pennsylvania one.
That is some anti-skin
the Democrat in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I know.
That is some anti-skin in the game behavior. Nassim Taleb says that the way we enhance morality as society is you increase skin in the game, which means you can't make decisions on behalf of other people that you don't directly suffer from if they go wrong, right? So if you're basically making a decision like Cuomo and you're saying, oh, I'm going to say the nursing homes should take all the COVID patients, and then you take your own parents out, that is exactly the moral corrosion he is addressing in his book, Skin in the Game.
And by the way, we have we have Kimberly Coulter here. I want to introduce Kimberly. Great.
You guys like my coronavirus background?
Dope.
Beautiful. Mwah. So, Kimberly, what do you think of this whole situation? You've been listening in on the conversation, I take it?
Yeah, I had it on for the last couple minutes. I've been listening through the door as well. I kind of, can you give me a little bit more to jump in on? It's
sure.
Kind of there's a lot that's more all over the place.
The basic thing we were talking about was the balance between liberty and security. And first we were talking about coronavirus, but we want to open it up more generally to how the future is going to look like with all of this surveillance, and can we prevent it from going full 1984?
I don't mind
The problem that we're encountering right now, that we've encountered whenever the country has been under immense threat of our security, which is that once we've surrendered certain powers to the government, they never give that power back. There isn't a government or a single centralized source of control wherein if they're permitted to control the situation, or if they're permitted certain new I'm trying to think of the good word for it. If they're given more leniency to do as they please, they're not going to surrender that ability. So being able to, give people the injection, the vaccine that's supposedly going to make everyone be able to go back to work, there's people are worried that's going to be implemented with military, and then there's, you know, surveillance as in, you know, the maps and Facebook and Google, who are sharing all of our tracking information with government entities, and they've been very vocal about that in the fight to, you know, the fight for the curve, so to speak. So what I'm worried about long term is all these powers that are not going to get surrendered back. And I'm also worried about how much longer they're going to make us walk around with face masks on. There's, like I said, there's just so many little things that we're heading right towards 1984. And I think that we're kind of starting to snowball at this point. It looks like here where I'm at, we actually have an official reopening date. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Like it really does seem like stuff is going to start reopening here. But that doesn't seem to be the same across the board, which makes me nervous.
Chicago, by the way, looks like the strangest one. That's the one that's fully shut down. I mean, say what you will about New York's policies, they are slowly but surely trying to reopen various sectors.
I mean, just the
well, there's people, all the people in New York.
non-populous
There's dozens of people, if not hundreds, at this point, who deserve to be arrested, who deserve to be tried very intensely for falsifying records and for lying about COVID patients and lying about COVID deaths in order to receive federal aid. I think that's where the hammer needs to fall. Is people need to start getting indicted. This is dangerous, and it's you know, Project Veritas has done numerous releases about this, and if people don't start getting charged, then I'm gonna really lose more faith in the judicial system.
Well, here's one thing that I would definitely love, what we were doing just before. I would love for you to, while we're talking, also put up one article that just talks about one specific case of there being lies. Not to say that I'm not saying that what you're saying is incorrect, but
Right.
It's always great for these kind of conversations to have this.
I have a big problem. Like the Young Turks does this all the time. Sank is constantly saying this guy's lying, that guy's lying, this guy's lying. There's a big difference between being mistaken and lying, right?
No, I'm talking about the Project Veritas
mistaken
exposés
lying.
where they have funeral home directors, nurses, and doctors openly saying, yes, they're telling us to fake records. Yes, we're getting in funeral homes. They were saying that they were told to mark down COVID even if the person had never been tested for COVID. This is not a matter of, you know, he said, she said.
But how many of them are Pinocchio paradoxes? How many of them are language games where someone is answering in a pithy way, very vaguely, or they're going, you know, like when Trump says, hey, if we did less testing, if we did more testing, we'd have more cases, or if we do less casing, we have less cases. And then listen to the cascade through Colbert and the rest of them mocking him, going like,
the media substantially lies all the time. Like they said Chris Cuomo was in quarantine, and then they find out, oh, actually he like confronted a biker, so he wasn't in quarantine, but they did a whole segment on CNN saying he was in quarantine the whole time. That's a tangible lie. It's a provable lie.
By the way, here's the weird
actually lies all the time.
There's a weird thing about that story, though, for me. In the press conferences that his brother has all the time, why does nobody, because I'm sure he has to have somebody sitting in that press conference who is not a friend. Why doesn't anybody address the fact that his brother was out there? That's what I never understood about this whole story.
But I think part of the problem is also, I just watched this film, The Rules of the Game, which is considered to be one of the greatest movies ever made. It's a French foreign film. And there's a part when they're talking about lying, and basically they're going, everybody lies, the politicians lie, the media lies, the newspaper lies, the journalists lie, so why shouldn't we lie? And I think people look at Trump and they see him struggle with truth so much because he's constantly fighting reality that it makes other people misfire. And
Swords. I want swords. How is Trump fighting reality?
Yeah, I've never seen him.
Hyperbolic, dude.
I've never seen it.
What?
I've never seen.
I've also never seen Trump fight
Trump
reality.
is fighting reality. I think you're just spinning your wheels, bud. No,
I've literally never. Not only have I never
isn't
seen him fight, but he also doesn't really lie. He just does. He just like says. Like, he just makes his own narrative. It's not like a lie ever.
No, I think that like sometimes he's just like misinformed, and he has that like New Yorker boomer, like with the medical stuff. He doesn't really know what he's like talking about. He's trying to communicate it, And the left love to eat up that opportunity to attack him and say he lied about this or he said that. This is so stupid.
Okay, so
But
we
I don't
can
even
take a
think he does
specific
that.
example, right? We'll take a very specific example with the hydroxychloroquine. I'm sorry, is that
whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare to pronounce that word with dyslexia. But when the story, when he first started talking about it, the story came out. This woman, tried to feed her husband fish tank cleaner because
that's fake.
it resembled the thing. It resembled Trump, and the media ran with it so far. And it turns out that
she was trying to kill her husband.
Not only does this woman have a long history of mental illness and has tried to divorce her husband and has several times been arrested for assault and battery on him, but she's also been struggling with illnesses her whole life. She has nonstop communication with doctors. She takes all kinds of medication, and he was a very intelligent guy. So there's really no way in hell that this woman was, dusting her fish tank one day and she looked up and she said, "Oh, President Trump said." And also, second of all, they hated Trump. She wasn't a Trump supporter, so there's no way in hell that she would think "Oh, he recommended this. This must be something that's good for me to do." And if the media had any spine or any sense of morality, which they don't, because nobody really, it took forever for them to retract that story. And as you notice, what they do is they put the retractions very low on the priority scale. So it's very hard to pull up these stories. And this, like I said, there's many other examples of this.
Covington.
Including coronavirus stories where the media takes something like disinfectant and they'll say Trump said to inject bleach. Nobody said that. Disinfectant is something that kills a virus.
Generic,
it literally is an agent that kills a virus, kills bacteria. And he suggested, what if something could kill it that quickly if it were injected? And the media ran with it. That had nothing to do with Trump. That had everything to do with the irresponsible and, quite frankly, destructive media that we have today that doesn't adequately represent anything from conservatives to libertarians to the right. There's no adequate representation, and what they do is they fearmonger people into believing their false narratives, and that's why people believe all this crazy crap. It's not because Trump is lying and Trump is doing all these destructive things. It's all the media.
I think it's a red herring, though, because it's not the president's job to tell the truth specifically. Anyway, the president's job is to rhetorically,
he was trying to explain what the doctors were saying and explain.
He's also doing a press briefing every day. He's doing a press briefing every single day.
Even if the president's job, regardless of who's actually the president, they also have to play politics. So, and if you know the media is always going to go against you, one of the smartest things to ever do would be to deliberately sway the media. Like, for example, more recently, Trump's been talking about vaccines, knowing that the media is going to be oh, maybe we should reconsider mass injection because he
out-left the left.
He's let's nationalize vaccinations. Now every media article now is oh, maybe we shouldn't use nationalized vaccinations. That's what your job as president is to do, is to use rhetoric to sway opinion. So the truth or falsity of anything he says is not relevant to reality.
I'm curious about what Bob thinks of this, because Bob, I know you're not the biggest fan of the president, but as far as the low ways that media goes, like in that example of the hydrochloroquine story with the fish tank, we could all agree, regardless of whatever anybody thinks of Trump, that was a low blow from the media.
I missed the fish tank thing, the hydroxychloroquine issue, that he was taking it was a bit of a shock, and that he was advocating it was a shock. I've looked at the side effects of hydroxychloroquine, and I do a lot of work with veterans, and when I do, it's usually in PTSD or something like that. And one of the first things I routinely do when I look at what's going on with them, I check the side effects. It's fairly easy to get a list of drugs, see what is interacting and shouldn't interact, and what the side effects are if you just take it individually. Look up, if you're into Google, go to
hydroxychloroquine.
Chloroquine. whatever. My tongue's tangled on it. And just check it out. It's got a laundry list of side effects as long as your arm. And you're by being the advocate, the social advocate that you say you need to set the mood, he's got a lot of people doing it, including Brazil. And not only does it have, they've had various tests around the country that they've actually stopped because they were having heart problems for the people that they were giving the medication to. It has not been approved for that particular purpose, and it is not working, and I'll stand by that.
You need to take it with zinc, or it's going to cause organ failure, and they're not doing that. Think of in World War II, they were giving quinine and tonic water to British troops because they were getting scurvy in ridiculous amounts, and the quinine had a very similar effect to allow their body to absorb zinc in mass quantities and vitamin C in mass quantities. So they were defeating scurvy by utilizing a very similar tactic to what this malaria medication does. But if you don't put zinc in it, it acts as a bullet to jettison zinc into your body and helps boost up your immune system. It's not a magic cure, but what malaria does is it dries you up from the inside, and you don't get the access to the essential nutrients into your organs and especially into your brain. You start getting hallucinations. If you take hydroxychloroquine and you don't take zinc, you will start tripping balls like you did badass. And it'll cause all sorts of horrible problems. But a lot of the people, like the WHO, for example, or the CDC, they keep cutting death rate numbers by tens of thousands. Like, this is obvious that they're making a play to make it seem worse than it was. And now everything Trump says, if he says it's a big deal, they say it's a small deal. If he says it's a small deal, they say it's a big deal. He says hydroxychloroquine, they say mandatory vaccines. He says mandatory vaccines, they back off and suggest something else. It's a game, and it's not funny. And no one's winning. People are dying. Like, up against the wall, get the helicopter. This is enough.
They've used it in the VA because that's an open system for the federal government. He has direct access there, and they're having all kinds of problems with it. And I'll find a Google item on that, and I'll show it.
I'll go on Google too, because I've seen plenty of examples where this has helped people recover their symptoms in this country.
Well, I'm very eager to look at what you have.
But do you think?
I will look at it.
But do you think that it is also troubling, Bob, that there is this back and forth relationship that the media has with whatever it is that Trump says, where if he does say something, they end up saying the complete opposite, and it may, it may denigrate journalistic ethics to act like that all the time?
There's overreach on both sides. I'll agree. I'm, where I come from, and I see the overreach occasionally on CNN. And I certainly see it on Fox and OAN and also MSNBC. But within each, if you take off the fat, someplace in there is a grain of salt or a grain of truth. And when I look at what's going on in the battle between Trump and the media, it did not start yesterday. It started during attacks. Personal attacks on individual candidates, then on the media, and it evaded them successfully. Now they're baiting him right back, and it's an ugly thing, and I don't know how we can get out of it, but it's definitely there, and neither Mr. Trump or the media are innocent.
Oh, and by the way, we have a comment from Jack Buckby. It was announced in late April that owing to the fact that the ship was empty, we're talking about the hospital ship, it would begin taking coronavirus patients, but hospital capacity wasn't as stretched as expected, and as a result, the USS Comfort was sent away as it was not needed. So that's what happened with that. But I wanted to get back to mass surveillance and about the future and where you guys think this is headed right now, because even if we... and I hope that we stop the corona as soon as possible, there's still going to be certain things that I fear are going to be left over. Just like after September 11th, there were certain laws that were left over. Some of them were dropped, but I'm just curious what you guys think about that.
I don't mind the drones so much. I think we should have drones and all that kind of stuff here, but I just feel like they should be made in America. Like run on American software to start. Like I don't quite understand like having the Chinese drones over here with the Chinese software.
Well,
I disagree with drones. I think contact tracing is a better idea, but we should be implementing it now because we can already. If they want to listen to you, they can listen to us through our phones right now. Like, remember that old the Ultimate Flashlight app that everyone was getting, and it turned out it was spyware, and it was recording everything that your screen saw and sending it to a third party. It was one of the most popular apps ever sold in the App Store.
Yeah.
Well, they don't need an app for that. They can do it anyway. If they thought you were going to try to steal a nuclear code from a base, they can listen to everything you've ever done. And they can see it through your smart TV. I'm not dumb. I know that's true. Anyone can look it up. NSA got blown over for it. Snowden told Russia all about it. Now other countries are doing the same thing to us. China's got malware backed in through everything. Like, it's the way that the CCP works. So it's like, what I find frustrating is the idea that we could be contact tracing every pedophile. We could know where they are all the time. We could know.
Actually,
we could be doing things like that, and we're not.
A friend of mine actually made a company for that. That already exists.
Oh, really?
I mean, the government. It could be a standard.
Is that Thorn?
I have the name of it. One second. It's in my wallet. 1 second. I'll tell you right now.
If they ever showed their hand and we realized how much control they do have, and B, how little control they have, it would fuck with a lot of people, because we feel safe mostly because it's not at our front door right now. But
what do you mean by how little control they have? Where would you?
I mean, they look at Michigan. Do you think they wanted 10,000 armed people to storm Michigan and yell like "Let us in, quit"? Do you think Whitmore was happy? Do you think she could do anything about it? She said anyone shows up, they're getting arrested. Do you see anyone get arrested? No, because you can't do anything. You got 600 cops in the whole city. What are you gonna do?
Also, you have the police that showed up in New Jersey yesterday. Oh no, maybe it was 2 days ago. But when the police showed up to announce to everyone, oh, this is in violation of social distancing policies. Have a nice day. And they left because there was too many people there to arrest. They couldn't arrest everybody that showed up.
And they came back the next day.
We're just letting you know you're violating things, and we're going to dip out now. Bye.
They came back the next day and used contact tracing. They went up to a guy and said, hey, what's your name? Give me your ID. The guy said no. The cops came and arrested him, because that's what they're doing. They don't want you in a crowd. If a crowd stands up, they're not going to open fire into you. And they're not going to arrest everybody. They can't. What are they going to start using? Crowd control, like the microwave technology, make your skin burn? What are they going to do?
The name of that company's name was Clearview. It actually had a big Huffington Post article written about it. They try to dox everyone as being in the alt-right. Even though it's a Peter Thiel-backed company.
Well, yeah, because only the alt-right cares about keeping pedophiles away from kids. That's obvious. Look politically. Who else says anything about it? Nobody but the people that are deemed alt-right says anything about it. Nobody.
Yeah, the people deemed alt-right. That's the important distinction there. Because
they're not. The alt-right doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. It's a smear campaign. Only the low IQ or the uninformed don't grasp that. It's all feds.
Martina?
It's all feds and psyops.
Yeah, no, I mean, just like, I don't know. It always relates. I have some personal story to it. But yeah, when I worked at the Daily Caller, they put me in a video with a G Pie when he was repealing net neutrality. And so the media wanted to smear him. And so what did they do? They went around, they said, ooh, who's in this video? And they came across this silly video I did talking about when Pizzagate was a thing, but I was talking about my experience on the deep web in 2014 and coming across like conversations where people were saying like, be careful of cheese pizza. And I was like, what's cheese pizza? And it's code word for child porn. So I started getting into the whole like cheese pizza being like a legit code word for child porn. People have been arrested because of that and all sorts of stuff like
Dr. Pizza.
Well, that is a real thing.
Right, it is a real thing. But then the media, because they wanted to get at a G Pie, went around. I was everywhere. Joy Reid on MSNBC was talking my name. Everyone was writing about me, saying that I am a Pizzagate conspiracy theorist that promotes the whole Comet Ping Pong thing. And I was like, I never said that. I never mentioned Comet Ping Pong. I was talking about cheese pizza.
Pizzagate was garbage.
I'll say it.
So my reputation got smeared.
Pizzagate was not garbage. What it was involved in was okay.
I will go on record and say I support Pizzagate.
Pizzagate.
No, well, I mean,
Wikipedia, even WikiLeaks, even
anyone
WikiLeaks.
can edit Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not a source. Anyone can edit it.
Right,
Jules just spoke. He wanted to say
I tried to add adrenochrome pop culture knowledge into Wikipedia and got taken down, but it was there for a little bit.
Because it's not about truth. It's a controlled operation.
No, but the thing is, it's very nuanced here. Like, I'm not like full blown like Pizzagate, but I am also like, hey, there is like.
There's elements of Pizzagate that were true.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So to completely disqualify Pizzagate is very ignorant, because we know for a fact
he doesn't know what he's
certain
talking
elements of it were used and then manipulated to misguide people into thinking it was a bullshit conspiracy.
And then the media,
the Epstein meme was the biggest meme last year. But Pizzagate,
just like with the Satanic Panic, which we now know wasn't bullshit either.
Ted Gunderson.
It is weird for anyone to say Pizzagate is a complete hoax when Epstein meme was the biggest thing of last year. So
Yeah,
it
but
seems kind of like
you don't want to
contradictory here.
see
Well,
false patterns, right? Because you can start drawing connections to things, and then you're like really overcompensating for like gaps in knowledge, where then you're like over relying on
But
intuition.
to say that Pizzagate in
and
general
you're
was
like,
total
you
nonsense.
really gotta kind of go by the book. Like even WikiLeaks, like WikiLeaks has never retracted a story, right? Is that still true? I'm pretty sure it's never. I'm sure that's still
I'd
true.
have to look it up.
They very boldly say the Pizzagate is a not verified story. Like they definitely
Okay,
think there's
that's
something
Comet Ping
fishy.
Pong. You're
They
not-
definitely think there's something fishy and strange. But here's the problem, right? Is that like I see what the right is doing aggressively with passing some of these laws. Like they say they just made a child marriage illegal, and they're talking about 16-year-olds, right? And it's making it sound like this conversation I heard from a scholar from Harvard where he's advocating for 4-year-old marriage, right? Like I read a headline that says they outline child marriage, and I'm going like, oh my god, like was that Harvard scholar talking about child marriage, and was that stuff legal? It's like no, they're talking about they just made 16-year-old marriage illegal, and I think the legal games can get really dark. That's why 11 and I don't even have an agreement, because I feel like once you start trying to manage a relationship according to the law, like the relationship is very sour and south. Like you.
Yeah, I mean, the relationship that Epstein had to Harvard is sour. After his 2005 conviction, they gave him an office. They gave him an office.
I love you.
So
did.
like MIT
Sorry.
too. MIT gave him an office. He was studying eugenics with Harvard professors while he was bringing them to his island. This is all verifiable.
And
so,
Right, but the eight. Okay.
So like I get it, but when you say conspiracy theory, when you say Pizzagate, the whole thing is false. You're talking out your butt.
I think
Okay, so-
I think I speculate that some of what sometimes people's imagination is worse than reality, right? Like
You
what
should
And
see some of
sometimes
these.
there are
You should
elite
see some of these.
Did you
pedophiles
see
raping
the
young
Midnight? Was that film, The Midnight Express, about that guy who got thrown into was it a
Turkish
prison in
prison.
Turkey?
Yep.
And then he's like deprived of human touch for however long, and there's a scene when his wife visits him after however many years, and he basically he is ecstatic and orgasms just from seeing her. Right there, I think there are people that like literally, like they're so lonely or they're just so weird. They just want to touch. Like there's like I know someone that was a cuddler. Like it's technically sex work. Like she'll say I'm a sex worker, but seriously, all she does is like people pay her like $80 an hour to cuddle with her.
Okay, sure,
Right?
but I don't know if you've seen the Pizzagate info. It's a little more than speculation.
By the
I'm gonna
way,
be honest with
Way
you.
more than speculation.
It's
Yeah, he
pretty.
does-
Oh, wait,
damning.
Martina. Martina?
No, I just wanted to let you know that in the chat, I did put in an article. It's not directly related to Pizzagate. This is kind of my example of like, no, cheese pizza is a real code word for child porn. That
Well,
was the whole conversation, and the media took it and made me a conspiracy theorist. I'll never get a job in media again. My reputation is smeared. You Google me, Pizzagate just comes up.
This is the new
that's what
media.
the media did. but
This
here's
is the new
article.
media.
Yeah.
So
True.
nice hat, by the way, Andrew. But another thing that I noticed is there were a lot of these patterns, like these symbols, that kept being reused in different locations. And you could say that, sure, somebody who has a symbol of a heart inside of another heart, or like a swirly symbol, they just happen to like those symbols. But if it's something that is so close as far as the graphic design patternicity goes to these symbols that were on the FBI's list of symbols that meant like girl lover and boy lover, then that is something that raises eyebrows, I think. I don't know how much of a strong connection you could make, but if you see these things being used over and over again, like there was some Disney CD cover with like Mowgli sitting on top of Baloo, and there were the same style triangles.
Barbie.
What?
Barbie has the double heart. Barbie action figures have the double heart, which is a pedophilic symbol.
Yeah, so it's like I have no idea how much of that is just, oh, what wouldn't it be nice to have like a heart inside of another heart? Like there's nothing that I could say conclusively this is what they were going after. But some of these patterns look very, very similar.
Okay, yeah, but then you have like when you can follow money and Instagram accounts and political donations and events, and it starts to like add up. You go, maybe.
Yeah, my
there's
favorite
something to it."
example, right, is Ars Technica employed this guy Peter Bright. His online pseudonym was Dr. Pizza. Look it up. Try not to vomit. I'm not
I
going to say anything
remember
else
the
about it.
story. I remember the story. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't
Yeah.
tell me it's a conspiracy theory or nonsensical. There's facts that there are pedophiles in positions of authority in media and in government, and they're protecting each other. It's a fact.
Well,
And if you're denying it, who are you protecting?
It also happened in England where there was like a really
Jimmy
big
Savile.
like parliament scandal with child sex stuff that happened. It was covered for a while.
Lord Mountbatten and Jimmy Savile were massive
Yeah.
pedophiles,
Yeah, yeah.
and Jimmy Savile owned children's hospitals and donated to them and used to visit them on a nightly basis.
So I mean, like, there is pedophilia. There is a percentage that, I mean, are we going to say no one in high positions are pedophiles? Or yeah, there's pedophiles.
I don't know who this guy's
every
protecting,
sort of
but, like,
percentage.
yeah.
To take that percentage and put them in high positions, what are they going to do with their power with that little weird,
Yep.
or whatever you want to call it?
It's a
Who's
fact.
protecting
And people need to know
pedophiles on
that.
the stream? I walk out for a minute. Who's protecting pedophiles?
Oh my God! Wait, what's happening?
6ix9ine.
Takeshi.
Oh my god.
By the way, I would be curious about what Bob, what you think of all this, because this is a very niche topic, but you've been in government, and I'm sure that there are many cases like this that do get swept under the rug.
I'm sure there are. Pizzagate, I confess, is one that I never followed because it seemed like it was a hoax from the beginning, and perhaps that was what I was reading. But that's where I came down on it. So I don't know very much about it, except if I wanted to pick a scandal and label it, I don't think I would call it Pizzagate. I think that trivialized whatever you want.
That was generally why they picked the
point.
name for it.
Yeah.
That was why they picked the name for it.
Yeah,
That's why they used it.
As far as Epstein, yeah, there was something going on there. There were a lot of networks, and I hope that someday it will come out what eventually happened. And I think it wasn't partisan as much as I think it was an attempt to acquire power. And it was, pedophilia may have been part of it, but it sounds like it was, it was just power and sex.
Well, then we would also get into...
Somebody put him under. Right?
You get blackmail on people and you keep pushing it around, and you can eventually get them. I mean, he had everyone from Stephen Hawking to name him. He had Matt Groening from The Simpsons. He had everybody on his island. Now, once he's got somebody incriminating on you, you got to dance. You got to, the guy from Rick and Morty, all of them. You got to now dance to my line, and you got to say what we want. You got to promote these social agendas, and Mockingbird will do the same thing, but you're all going to work in tandem. And then you realize he had connections to foreign intelligence agencies. And you're like, okay, so there's a big network where just like Stalin used to do, just like Hoover used to do, I'm going to find out what your picadillos are, or I'm going to plant a picadillo on you. And then I'm going to expose it and hold it over you. Like Northam and the blackface thing. That only got released after he stepped out of line, after he got caught up with the post-birth abortions. When that happened and that story broke and everyone's going nuts, and Alex Jones was singing the satirical stories about it, immediately afterwards, all of a sudden, these private stock photos of him in blackface get released by the media, which is a left-wing smear organization. Pretty much all leftist media, including Fox News. They're in on it. They're both sides of the same coin. Mockingbird's got feds everywhere. So it's like, I agree to some point that it's partisan and not partisan, but I think it's more about, I agree, power. It's about controlling and trying to control and acquiring and not giving back. And it's definitely not the us. They're not on our team. It's the Just Us Club. It's not Justice. It's the Just Us Party, and it's not us.
Well, you have Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who was in intelligence, and you
Robert
also
Maxwell.
have William Barr's father, who, from what I understand, had a relationship with him. Well, not a sexual relationship, but a connection. So, if we're expecting there to be any persecutions from William Barr on this issue, I don't think there are going to be any, because it is not an ideological issue. It is not a left-right issue at all.
Yeah, Barr's a sleepwalker to nowhere. They should fire Barr already. It's ridiculous.
Yep. That's actually great. Sleepwalker to nowhere is a great way to put that. Not gonna lie. But I guess my big gripe right now is the system has to protect itself, because like we were saying earlier, what if they just told us the truth? What if they didn't keep up the noble white lies that keep society functioning, and they just told us what was up? They told us Operation High Jump, top to bottom. They told us everything that has ever happened. They just didn't lie. They said, okay, we understand we needed to create certain enemies over time to demonize certain ideologies, to make sense of certain massacres, but so we're going to just drop all of the veil and tell you the truth. I think, I don't think we can handle it. I don't think
we were talking about we were talking about the mainstream media and how it can be complicit into just being misleading with their headlines and stuff like that. They'll blame capitalism. They'll say, hey, like, we need views, this is what people watch, right? If we tried to be more objective or bland, like, it just wouldn't be able to compete with our fragmented culture. My problem with that is I just don't think we actually have capitalism. Or if we do, if I concede and go, okay, capitalism is the problem and we're in late stage capitalism, then the emphasis should be on economic freedom. Like, economic freedom is greater than capitalism. And I just don't understand how people propose the problem as the solution. If you think the problem is you have these corporations that can basically consume the market, and then they pass regulations in their favor that increase barriers to entry and make it harder to compete with them, we go, oh, we need to pass more regulations to address these corporations. But then they don't realize, like, who's passing the laws, right? And the people, the most powerful constituents are the ones who influence the politicians to write the laws in their favor. So I think that there's a language game that independents should get wise to, so they can. So it's not enough to, like, you know how there's people that are bilingual. You need people that speak English multiple different ways, right? Like, you can be bilingual or trilingual just with English, but you also have to really go outside your bubble and maybe be a bit of a masochist.
I definitely hear that. I think that what I noticed is there's a lot of rhetoric, you're right, that turns the ire against capitalism as a structure. But just like the Black Panthers spoke about elevating the proletariat because they were Russian agents, whether they realized it or not, the best proxy wars are when I can mobilize someone who is passionate about a topic and doesn't realize they're my puppet. So, like, you get these Antifa kids, or you get these, now they're in college getting taught by the sons of the Flower Child movement, the sons and daughters of that. So you're seeing an ideological struggle that's like, okay, if we're going to blame the idea of this big, fantastic capitalist government while we make money, we're not really supporting anything but our own destruction. A lot of these industries only form as like parasites. They attach itself to a functioning economy, and they say, okay, now give us more for the diversity training and more for the unnecessary crap. And at the end of the day, when it starts to collapse, they turn around and try to blame capitalism, or they try to say, oh, we just need to go straight UBI for everyone. So if I'm out there cutting wood and I sell the wood, I have to give the money I earned to somebody who didn't work today. And I'm not doing that. Never am I going to do that.
So I do think we have to.
Yeah, that's a pretty harsh analysis of a lot of African Americans and Latinos and other minorities that would say they got their job and they're working hard at it and they're proud of it. And I think you're minimizing all those people in the workforce. How can you do that?
I don't think I'm minimizing anyone in the workforce, and I don't appreciate the virtue signaling. If you want to address something I actually said, ask me directly and utilize the words I used. Don't stuff words in my mouth and pretend I said them.
I think what he was saying was basically that we're very fortunate. Like, we're very blessed to be able to have the privilege of having this conversation at all. And takes a lot to be empathetic and compassionate for people that are just numbers on a page, right?
Okay. I was born in Trenton, New Jersey. I just got above the poverty line when I was 25. I've been poor my entire life. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't have privilege. I've been to prison. I can't vote anymore. I don't have privilege. I'm not privileged. My car is a classic, not because I like it, because it's really old and it's one I can afford. So, like, I get you, but what I'm saying needs to be listened to, not because I'm white and saying it. And I'm tired of that rhetoric, and it can be dropped immediately. Consistency across the board. I'm saying if I work and I earn the money, I have to give it to pay for foreign wars. I shouldn't have to give it to pay for someone who isn't working. I shouldn't have to pay it for things that I don't agree with. I think that my taxes should go for my community.
Systemic racism is real, and I really hate the phrase. I really don't. I think it's a bad way to try to diagnose a granular problem, but we have these inescapable cultural pockets that I blame partly on the public school system. Like, one of my favorite documentaries is a documentary, Waiting for Superman. It was directed by the same director as An Inconvenient Truth, and it's his second documentary on schools. And he wanted to make a documentary about how the public schools needed more money. And what he found was that we've been putting more and more and more money into the public school system, and we've been getting like stagnant results or diminishing returns. And he started looking at things like in New York, we spend $22 million a year on something called the sitting room, which is a place for teachers that are unfit to work with children, but you can't fire because of the teachers union that gives everyone tenure after 2 years, right?
Yep.
And I think that if you look at when the documentary looked at these people who would basically be in a district, they can't afford to move, you're assigned the school, you're nearby, and if it's a bad school with a bad community, like, you're shit out of luck. And I just think there's something very cold about that. And then when I listened to Harvard talk about like wanting to outlaw homeschooling and things like that, which would probably be like one of the only options for people.
This such
wait. So I can let me just since I have like firsthand knowledge on this because I taught inner city New York City schools. That's a bit outdated because they have charter schools now and like the biggest charters, like a bunch of charter schools, and those compete based on like performance, and ones that succeed like Success Academy or like whatever other ones, they continue and then they get a bunch of kids into colleges or whatever, and then there's those that don't. Like that was the case, but that documentary is fairly outdated now.
What do you think about Elizabeth Warren saying that charter schools are the problem?
She's wrong. I mean,
She's
like
so wrong.
I taught in a charter school. Like it's not.
What is it about charter schools that work so well? Is it that you're able to like tailor your lessons? Did you ever work in a public school? Or?
I taught. So I did. I've actually worked in public school. I taught really all three of them. But charter schools work because they allow they don't just take education majors, they take people who are knowledgeable in the subjects who may not have specific teaching degrees, and then they take those people who understand the topic intimately, and then they have them build the curriculum, and then with various experimental practices depending on what school you're in, they use actual like data to determine whether or not it's working or not, and they shift on the fly to determine whether or not what's going on is actually beneficial or not, as opposed to being stuck in like what's the term? With being stuck with like tenure and people who can't get fired. They're very quick to fire anybody. Even if you're doing fairly well, if you're just not performing the way they want you to. Like
they can make it entirely merit based.
Yeah, and like I was very good. I was performing well. My students all did very well. I taught math, and they ended up leaving me, letting me go after a couple of years, just because they wanted to change it and try a completely new strategy for like the high school kids. Like they experiment, and that's the only reason why they're successful.
Just like the United States experiments with various mini systems of government within each state to see which one works best. I like that system, and I'm also looking on there being a potential revolution in education right now that kids aren't going to school. I bet a lot of them are actually going to get a lot smarter because they have more time.
I'm very pro unschooling.
College students have openly said they don't want to go back in November. So if kids are going to start turning their back on liberal universities and getting this ideological programming and kicking it out and saying, okay, I'd rather determine how to think on my own instead of being told what to think and how to think by someone I disagree with. When people start realizing that like they can do that you can get an education at the public library and a community college like I did, you can know what you're talking about by just paying attention. You don't need to have somebody tell you how to think. Like it doesn't. So I think when people wake up to that fact and they start realizing that they can self-educate or educate their kids to be better than they were, they're going to want that, and they're going to push for it, and they're going to want more than what they're told they're allowed to have. And that's what I see with the public education system. Like, we know it's broken. Instead of it getting fixed, they're going to up the tax rate for parents. What? No. You shouldn't get out of Congress a millionaire. That doesn't make any sense. We should stop these closed financial loops, these monetary loops that create a problem and they create the solution for the problem, and then they apply the whole thing forward and stick us with the bill. I'm tired of it. It's insane.
Bob, what do you think of Noam Chomsky?
What do I think of Noam Chomsky?
Yeah.
Well, he became anti-government during the 60s, during the Vietnam War and the Pentagon Papers and all that, and he's never really changed. He finds a new thing every generation to be upset with government about, and there's a lot to be upset about. Beyond that, what specifically are you targeting within his philosophy?
Well, I guess his most well-known book is The Manufacturing Consent, when he talks about the media, academic, and government apparatus. But
can I interject real quick?
Sure.
I actually suggest anyone reads his book, Understanding Power. It is actually the book that red pilled me. It's funny enough that it was a leftist that did it. He explains global power and and diplomacy at a level in a very realistic way. And his ultimate point is to kind of get you on the leftist position. But he is so adept at explaining everything that I've never met a person who read the book and was like, I agree. They were always just like, wow, maybe we should stick with this other thing. But I highly recommend Understanding Power. Great book.
All right. All right.
Can I also, I'm going to have to get out of here, but I just want to interject on the educational institutions thing. If we're talking ideologically, I mean, I'm a right winger, or whatever you want to call it. But the left did the long march into the institutions, right? I mean, Hollywood used to be conservative, the golden age of Hollywood. Educational systems were quite conservative, actually. And then they had their long march and they found their way in there secretly, and they took it over. So yep. I think that what we should do, instead of complaining so much about the left, we can do our own long march. I think it's important for us not just to be activists or whatever, but get into these institutions. I was also going to be a math teacher, so awesome, love that. And be teachers, get back into Hollywood. You don't have to go and march around that you're pro-Trump or you're this or that or whatever. Just get in and change the culture from within and do our own long march. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
That is really well said.
Earlier about Hollywood and surveillance or something. Did we ever get to talk about that?
Yeah, no, but here, let me send you guys a link, maybe.
And while you're sending that link, for those who never watched it before, I highly recommend you go to YouTube and type in Yuri Bezmenov. He's a former KGB agent who had a really awesome video where he talked about ideological subversion of America. And he said, Marxism ideology, and this was in the early 80s, he said, Marxism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s are now occupying positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, and educational system. They are programmed to think and react to a certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information. Now, the last part, Jules has been challenging me on that not being the case, and people's minds are plastic and they can be changed for the better. But you disagree, Tim?
No, you can utilize all sorts of techniques to convince a person, and they're cruel techniques, but MK Ultra is evidence of that. I can torture you into thinking anything I want you to think. If I have enough time and enough access.
No, they failed, though. They failed that. No, people love truth. It's like Keith says, truth is beauty, beauty is truth, right?
What does truth mean to you?
People want to be good. It feels good to be good.
Some people don't.
You know that, right?
I think a
lot of times it's hurt people, and you can listen. You can get a traumatized dog, and it's a big risk, but you can heal it.
Not 100% of the time.
Right, but
and that's all
the
I'm
thing
saying.
is, the problem is there's a lot more people than just individual cases, and if we have this mental illness epidemic, this emotional trauma epidemic, without community leaders doing what they can to heal the trauma and spiritually uplift people, you're going to have these situations when you want people from Iowa who just want to avoid conflict at all times until it's too late. And then you've got a flash flood coming, and then the people who are trying to push you out of the way are seen as rude or just contemptible, right? So you want to just avoid having a flash flood situation at all, right? You want to be way ahead of the curve on some of those trends. So I think that that's not for everybody, but I think little things go a long way.
By the way,
Sure.
Domenica, we haven't heard from you in a long time. I'm curious what you think.
On what specifically?
Well, on this, let's start with this whole MK Ultra stuff, whether we can actually get people to change their minds about certain things that have been ingrained to them. And it's not fair for me to say that's MK Ultra stuff. It's not. It's just the result of the education system that we had for a long time. But I'm curious what your take has been talking with people in your school, in your community.
Well, my ultimate belief is that the mind can be changed, but I think it's like if the person would allow their mind to be changed, because some people will be stuck in their way. Like I saw in a lot of schools, like they were saying about like before about public schools and all that. I left college for a bit. I'm not tempted to go back because it's not an environment where I feel like I'm being encouraged to learn how I should be learning or to express like discover new ideas. I think it's God, it was like what people were saying. It's like we're in an environment where certain ideas are unencouraged, and just gotta get some water. Sorry.
No, and by the way, for all of you who are watching, don't forget to subscribe and go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. We're growing steadily and strongly, and it's all thanks to you. You guys are the best who are watching this right now. I love you.
All right, I'm ready to get back to my point. I think it's like in regards to MK Ultra, like I don't know if forcing changing someone's mind is effective in keeping that mind changed. I think it's like maybe it's like more you got to convince someone like through persuasion or like a non-forceful means. It's like, hey, there's this way and I can convince you of my idea, like through discussion, through health, and like, you know, like we have a discussion like we are right now, and that can convince you like, hey, this idea might be worth looking into. I think it's like, hey, I like what they say, what this person says, and I think it's like that's how we get to change minds, like through presenting ideas. So it seems like people are adverse to having their beliefs challenged, as I think a lot of people have seen that.
We have a comment, by the way, from Jack Bugby. It's worth noting that this refusal to change one's mind isn't just a leftist trait. True. He says, cultist MAGA supporters, loomer types regularly refusing to change their opinions, even when presented with new information, it's a problem.
I remember being taught that in school. I remember being taught in school that people don't change their minds. They don't change their minds the older they get. And there are certain people you engage with, you should do like a mental calculus based on how, like, if talking to them is worth your time. Like as a political agent, you should be constantly thinking about persuading, and certain people are so entrenched in their position that you should just box them out, ignore them, not include them in the discussion, and only try to bring people in who are the most agreeable. And I think that's wrong. And I think it's kind of like a hyperstition or like a self-fulfilling prophecy where like it becomes part of people's narratives, but it's like an emperor has no clothes situation where like if you just are patient, you build up the emotional stamina, you try to decondition people from being incapable of having difficult conversations, you know, you work on that emotional exfoliation, and you can really make use of freedom of speech and democracy, right? Which is like one of the blessings of being in America. Like, I don't think the government gives me my rights. I think my rights come from, you could say it's God or from nature or from our creator is actually my preferred
term. I would call it natural law. You know, I believe in natural law.
And but the Chomsky thing is always interesting to me because I've heard him being anti-government, but he always seems to advocate for the biggest government moves. Like, you know, like when he was complimenting socialism in Venezuela, or when he talks about the EU, you know, when I try to figure out why Elon Musk says like Chomsky sucks, like I really feel like it's because he's in on it. Like he's describing the system he's in on. Do you know what I mean? And I just think that is very frustrating. I think that's very frustrating.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of the EU, we had a comment earlier on from Protocol Sats, who was talking about how much it sucks in the EU right now as far as the surveillance state goes. And he wrote, last weekend in Germany, Antifa put an alarm gun against the head of a right-wing unionist and pulled the trigger because he was protesting against the shutdown. He might die. Maybe talk about that. This is the first time I've heard this.
That is messed up.
I don't think we should talk about that, actually. It's just fucked up. Like, we gotta...
Yeah, it's just fucked up, but it's like, I'm not surprised you don't want to talk about it. I think it's kind of important that it be discussed that there are people on the ground who think they're doing the right thing ideologically, and they think they're fighting Nazis, and what they're really doing is killing people's parents and killing people's sons. And it's not a good thing. And the problem is the fear-mongering in which you see this massive direction. The whole world has to be co-aligned into two factions. It's nonsense. And I hear what you're saying, and I agree with your perspective on how Noam Chomsky is describing a system that he's inside. And to some degree, that means he's pre-described all of reality. And he's now showing you what he thinks it is. But the reality is, none of us know what the fuck is going on. The more you know you don't understand, the more you're capable of learning. And it's like, Noam Chomsky thinks he's got it all buttoned up.
Oh, wait, Bob?
A lot of these guys
I think on the EU level, the comment speaks to an individual action, not a government policy, but it does speak to what we're talking about in terms of the division and how do you reach out to the other side. The term I think that I learned a few years ago for it was cognitive dissonance. And basically, it's the core psychological premise that if it doesn't fit your belief system, you're going to discount it immediately without researching it. And the guy that put the gun to the guy's head, obviously he had a very strong opinion that didn't fit the world image that was out there. When we get into individuals, how do we breach that? The cognitive dissonance is the base for tribalism. And if we were close to a tribal society in our country right now, we're kind of in it with the clashes we do. And the only way to undercut that on each side, and you see each side doing it, is to attack the belief system. Sometimes you do it with real facts, sometimes you do it with fake facts, but you go after the belief system. And we all have, I don't know how many people we have in this conversation, but we all have a different belief system. But the premise of prioritization is cooperation and survival as a society. You look at the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire, we wonder, well, why did the Roman Empire decline and fall? And when the Roman Empire became the great empire it was based on paganism. And the whole strategy was to evolve and create the empire by taking over people and then subsuming their beliefs. If they had a god, you'd pick that god up and you'd put it into the god pantheon. And then Christianity came along, and it was a harder nut to crack because there could only be one God. And as the empire subsumed that and a lot of the beliefs, the hardened edge of the empire kind of fell apart. And ultimately, if you look at it, was a factor in the collapse of the empire, which ultimately became Christianity and the Catholic Church. But you look at that and you see how strong those beliefs underlying the Constitution, underlying the right, underlying the left are. And if you change those in any way, you will change society. And that's spoken from, I guess, both sides of the battle right now. We're sitting there saying, I would like society to look like this. You were saying, I would like society to look like this. what are the common grounds between us? Because we can't argue on the fringes until we get the common ground settled. That's where we're at.
When Jesus came, it's arguable that he was actually taking an atheist position at the time, because the emperors were supposed to have had divine blood, like they were supposed to be direct descendants from God, and then he came along and said, "No, I'm the son of God," and it was denying their faith.
The Romans, yeah, it was definitely a flout in their face. The Jews didn't appreciate it either, and the animosity between the Romans and the Jews as Jesus' following grew was certainly a bit of a problem if you want to look at ideological and political structures. But
well, there was also a threat. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I think it's also worthy of note, just to casually mention that as we're discussing the promotion of ideology as it grows and evolves from one step to another, well, Constantine, a pagan father, became, the famous Constantine. Constantinople is now, Istanbul. So you have to pay attention. There are other ideologies out there that don't want to play the game, and if you don't understand them as well, there are going to be a lot more Constantinoples falling into Istanbuls. Because we have a locked system, and it's I think world wars are fascinating in that regard, because you see that it's there are other players in this game, and they have whole other worldviews, and the pillars that their reality are formed by have had 20 years of different mimetic programming, and they don't see the same reality that you do, to the degree that we don't agree what's food and what's not. So the idea that different faiths are going to be able to interact, and we're not going to continue to interact with cultures that fundamentally disagree with every aspect of our existence, that's part of life, unfortunately.
And by the way,
are you talking about eating bugs? Because we do need to keep growing the population, right? So I would eat crickets and stuff.
No, I'm not going to be a bug man.
I will not. Never.
I will not.
You could not pay me for this. Never.
I live in a pod. I will not take the
I always thought that I was pretty open-minded.
Bugs draw the line.
I always thought I was open-minded with going to China, down the street that they were eating. Wouldn't do it myself.
They eat human and infants in China. This is the reports have been coming out about it over and over. It's not just wet markets for animals.
Sandra Bullock uses it for her cosmetics.
I would do it for cosmetics.
Foreskin cosmetics, yeah.
Oh my god, this is.
I'm not sure about the foreskin.
No, that's what Sandra Bullock was doing.
Yeah, I know. I actually did a video on that one time. I'm all about the beauty stuff. But no, in China, yeah, they have how in New York there's peanuts on the side of the street. They have fish eyes and chicken feet. It's
wow.
That's on the mild side.
They eat everything with 4 legs except the table. That would be.
They eat some things with 2 legs.
Yeah, actually, Bob, I wanted to ask you something earlier on in the stream when I got on. You were talking about China, and you mentioned something about the Confucius thing and how they have this the first thing, their whole thing is about family, which is why they're doing the mass. And I've had a different experience that I thought. Just want to know what your opinion is about it. But that since communism started in China, they actually don't really focus on Confucius or any of their old history, and that it's more about the state. I thought you were going to say the state is first, and you said family. And
I think it's an evolution. Certainly, they're not Confucian anymore, right? But the principles, ancestor worship was a huge element. And protection of the family and honor of the emperor. Confucius himself was a philosopher and an advisor to things.
Yeah. Well, I just noticed that
which was taught for 3,000 years before the revolution. The revolution is this small little chop, and then and you had Mao in there, and then you had Deng, who kind of changed it back partially, at least in terms of capitalism, and then they don't really know completely where they are, but you cannot even if the entire United States left Christianity, which is highly unlikely, there would be underlying precepts that would stay. Love your neighbor as yourself, something like that. There'd be those little sayings that mamas and papas tell their children that would go up in spite of any revolution that would hit, and they would color us. And I think that's why I say Confucianism still governs, Confucian governs. And although Japan and some of these other countries were not Confucian, they were close enough to China that he picked up some of the attributes.
Yeah, no, because like from my experience, what I noticed a lot too is that like the Chinese, they definitely focus more on like, I would say copying and getting good grades and just kind of mass producing. But and the criticism of Western educational system is that, oh, we have so many days off and we have summers off. We're not like China. We're not as smart as them. And it's like, well, Western culture, we're very like inventive and creative. And the Chinese are very like copy paste things.
Methodical. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I noticed like those differences. And, you know, I noticed as well, just like how they really didn't know a lot about their own culture or history, like pre socialism or communism.
They don't do the I Ching anymore?
Yeah, well, no, I don't think so. I mean, there's only like one or two people that could speak English when I was there that were like my age at the time. I do remember also like pointing at like a weed thing and laughing, being like, "Huh, marijuana, nice." And the girl was like, "What? What is that?" And I'm just like, "It's weed."
Yeah,
you know
that's really fascinating. Like,
Asian cultures don't have drug access for the most part.
Yeah.
But it's like growing like plants, like a weed, and she didn't know what it was.
While we're talking about like mass misinformation or governmental control, it's weird to think that citizens in China don't know about Tiananmen Square. They don't know. Google restricts their access to this information to the degree like people don't know about the Battle of Athens, Texas. Do you guys know about the Battle of Athens, Texas?
I didn't know that. I don't know about that.
After World War II, a bunch of veterans realized that there was some shady shit going on in a local election, so they got all the politicians and held them at gunpoint. Battle of Athens, Texas, 1947. They found out that there was definite fraud going on and they weren't counting ballots properly, and a bunch of veterans said, "We're not doing this." So, like, we don't know about that, but can you imagine, like, all the little things nobody knows about as they continue to attempt to suppress any information that gives the people the impression they have the ability to actually implement change? Like, it takes 20 years to mimetically influence a generation into a new concept, and you can see how gearing them up for war works that way, just like de-escalating them for war. But if you look at the collapse of civilizations, if we don't go as far back as Rome, if we look at like the Weimar Republic's collapse, they got into intense degeneracy bred in circuits right before the end, right? And right before the end, it got real bad. And then economically, when they tried to switch to state banking, then the entire world freaked out. And I can understand logically that the rest of it led to the spiral that it did, because if you follow any ideological extreme, any political regime to the end, you end up in horrific genocide. If anyone has an idea and they refuse to hit any brakes, eventually you're going to hit someone that says no. What do you do with that person? If you're seriously pragmatic, you're going to say, okay, walk on top of them, walk right through them, keep going forward.
So there is an example, though, of like England in the early 20th century. They did not want to turn communist, and as a result, I think that's why they ended up doing a lot of these worker reforms that they did at the time, which prevented them from going communist, probably. And to the other point you were bringing up about piercing the veil and revealing everything, my only concern about that is going back to the other point you made about geopolitics and about different worldviews, where we are still, unfortunately, in this grand chessboard, like it or not. And there are still countries out there like Russia that do want to invade other countries, and that is one way for the Russian people to actually feel fucking good about themselves because they like subduing other people. It is in their psyche to want that shit to happen, and it doesn't matter to them if their life sucks, as long as my neighbor's life sucks more than mine or equally to mine, then I'm a happy camper. So
we were talking about reprogramming. Like, it works just like that. There are some people that unfortunately their wires are crossed. Look, I was locked up with them. I've met people, I thought I was a hard guy. I've met people that are terrified, and they get pleasure from hurting other people. And that's how they get off. That exists. To pretend that doesn't exist, to pretend that's not looking for you when you walk to your car at night, somewhere on the planet, that guy is out there.
Oh, by the way, we got a comment from Rain Holt. He says the Battle of Athens was in Tennessee, not Texas.
Damn, Athens, Tennessee. You're right. It was
there we go. Thank you, Rain Bolt. But
thank you very much.
But
so I'm just gonna interject super quick because I have to head out and do laundry, a whole list of stuff. I just wanted to drop a real quick point in about future surveillance going forward. guys, turn off the location settings on your phones and make sure you check out Break the Rules when they come join me on the Motivated Armed Girls of America on March 26th. Please and thank you. Subscribe to their channel. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah.
The best.
You guys are the best. Have a good one.
You too. So I didn't want to forget the one point that I wanted to make about what you said, Tim, though. If we have these worldviews that are so different and we have this grand chessboard, there's still going to need to be some secrecy involved. You know, until we can read each other's minds, we're going to need to have the secrecy there for the sake of there being some legitimate operations that do go on, regardless of all the corruption that occurs as well.
Exactly, because unfortunately we're still human, and until Musk actually starts making us into something else, we're going to be just human for a while. And the way that seems to work for me is, the way that seems to work for everybody is, we're not going to want to change our minds if we're rooted in one structure. And if we do want to change our minds and suddenly adopt an alternate view, it's going to involve a lot of realizing we've been lied to, and nobody likes that sensation. That's why you need the bad guy to be evil. That's why you always need your enemy to be evil. And it's psychologically, it's a healthy response, because then you're not bad for wanting to hurt someone. They're not someone, they're evil. It's fine.
Yeah, you externalize the darkness instead of seeing the darkness within yourself and working with it to change yourself.
Yep. Exactly, and that's unfortunately a very human thing to do. And as you grow and expand, it's almost like your side gets bigger instead of smaller. If you start learning, it's like, because they say ignorance and love are on the opposite ends of the spectrum. You know what I mean? Or like they say it's fear and love. I really think it's like ignorance and hate, and then knowledge and love. Like the more you understand, the bigger your side gets. The more you realize, I'm not fighting for just me. I'm fighting for anyone who's down and getting kicked. And then it goes from anyone down and getting kicked to anyone who's down. Then it's anyone who looks down. And then I'm fighting for everybody. And realistically, that's a fine position to have, but you can't forget that there are people that have believed the exact opposite. If there's altruistic good, there's altruistic evil, and there are people who will know what you're doing and subvert your movement and do nothing, have nothing to gain from it but literal raw pleasure. There are people that won't want money from you; they just want to hurt you. And like, unfortunately, when you get politics and you realize psychopaths are better at manipulating other people, sociopaths are better at getting the attention. Well, like, they're going to get the power. They're going to get the attention.
Well, this is why I'm more of a fan of corrupt people, actually, because at least you know what they want. You know, they want money, you know, or they want... but the people who are actually true believers, they're the most dangerous ones of all, because they can't be bought.
Yeah, there's a great film by with Ryan Gosling called True Believer, and it's about he's Jewish and he gets involved with neo-Nazis, and it's breaking his heart on both sides of the page the whole way down. And the film is about the internalized struggle where he's having nightmares where he is both the aggressor in the SS and the person being aggressed, and he has to he gets in trouble. I think he does an assault or something, and he has to go to classes where he educates himself about Judaism, and then you realize that he himself is the son of a Jewish immigrant, and he has self-hatred. And it's like they walk you through the journey in a way that's much better than American History X. Much better. It's a lot less meant to fuck with you, and a little more meant to take you on a journey into blooming to the realization that, like, oh, we can all be whatever we choose to be. If you want to choose to be hateful, you'll be hateful. If you want to choose to not be, you'll be not. But the one thing we need to stop being afraid of is what others think of our opinions. Because if you don't tell me what you think, you tell me what you think I want to hear, you're never going to grow, and I'm never going to grow. And it's going to turn into a clusterfuck at the end of the day, because we're not going to be running to the same thing when the bang hits. We're not going to know what we're talking about.
Right. There were some. I just want to comment on some vibes that I kind of felt earlier in this whole conversation. Like when people are in argument mode, right? Because I guess you're talking about like real dangers out there, and you have people that try to kick you when you're down, right? Like vulnerability is very provocative, right? Like when you're vulnerable, it's very provocative. Like even though there can be a lot of strength in vulnerability, it can also inspire people to exploit and take advantage of you. So you really do have to find that balance. But when you're trying to be diplomatic, or if you're trying to reach across the aisle or resolve conflict, you know, I always think about Daniel Day-Lewis in Last of the Mohicans when he's going to go talk to what's his face? Come on, Lev, help me out.
The guy who took the
Magua. When he goes to go talk to Magua, he goes over there unarmed, like in enemy territory, like standing his ground, and they're like throwing rocks at him and they're knocking him down, and he's not overreacting. He's submitting in a way without submitting, so that he can have a productive dialogue, right? And it's a scary thing to submit like that because you're really depending on your enemy's honor to respect just just natural law.
Yeah, I hear you. A big problem that I see with that is that people inflate vulnerabilities. It's becoming more common now. Like, traditionally, it was a female trait. Like in biologically in animals, they will inflate their weaknesses. They'll inflate their vulnerabilities when they're aggressed, and it A, signals to other males that they're in trouble and they need help, and B, it tells the male attacking them, like, why are you attacking me? Look how weak I am. Right. And another thing, it's also a gamma tactic because then it utilizes the crowd to their benefit. It happens a lot with primates. So now we're watching human beings begin to do that. Instead of taking a stand, someone will inflate and say, oh, look how injured I am. And they'll puff that up and they'll say, look at how he slighted my feelings, or look how this attacks my worldview. And it's a sign of a coward because it means they won't defend their position. They want someone to defend them. And I don't respect that. And I see it everywhere. And it's really getting irritating. Because it's like, look, stand up for what you believe in, or shut up and sit down. Don't waste my time.
And do you see the opposite happening with females? Let's say where you would have like the wimpy guy, so the female would have to man up in this place.
Yeah, I see that happening a lot there. Well, I think part of the problem is they're forgetting that we're fundamentally different. And if you have, like, for example, right, it's an unpopular statistic, but it's true. And psychologically, people need to understand it so we can try to prevent it. Lesbians experience the most domestic assault out of any relationship. Why do two women beat each other up more than two men if two men are so violent? If men are the problem. Maybe it's about how we see ourselves and how we're trying to fit into roles that are unnatural. And it's like, okay, if I can just be a person who wants to have sex with whoever, doesn't matter who that person is, as long as they're a consenting adult, right? That doesn't have to influence any other part of who I am. But if society tells me, okay, now that I like to have sex with a person who has matching, not corresponding, but matching genitalia, then that means I now have to wear a certain type of shirt, vote a certain type of way, think a certain type of way, adopt a different accent to my voice, the whole thing. And it's a problem that's not just reserved for your sexual choices. It's reserved for every aspect of your life. You're not going to be yourself. You're going to be what you think I want you to be. You're going to be what's going to get you the least amount of. It's going to get you the least amount of.
Oh, wait, hold on, Jules. Before verse, you were saying something.
I was saying that's Foucault's point. Like this used to not be like an actual societal category, or just behavior. Like people just behave in certain ways, but now we've created identities and categories about behavior, which now also brings with it other forms of control to go along with it.
Definitely.
I was just effectively just agreeing.
I agree with that. I definitely see a lot of people who they go into these identities, which I think more is where they try and fit into a persona that they think is going to be accepted. Like I know someone who changed themselves entirely from when I first met them, and it just felt like they were being ingenuine just to fit in with a mold, so to say. Yeah. And I just feel like, that's kind of being fake. It's like I don't know, I guess I always say it's like I feel better when I'm real with myself, when I'm honest with myself, and I'm the person I feel comfortable being myself, not for anyone else's enjoyment or to be accepted by some group. Just to change myself. I never liked that. I think it's been a thing from when I was young, even to now. Saw it so much in college, so I definitely have issues with that sort of mentality where, oh my god, I gotta change myself, but then they're not gonna like me for me, so what's the point?
Bob, I'd be curious if you have any thoughts on this matter of identity.
I was born in an era where if you admitted homosexuality, you couldn't get in the military. A lot of people were blackballed. The guy that Turing, that made the Turing machine that basically broke the German code. I think he was harassed and committed suicide in spite of the fact that we probably couldn't have won the war without him. And I've seen the evolution through time from a point where it was a incredible hot button, during the 70s, and now it's in a situation where the various people have gotten into a political alliance, the LGBTQ now, I guess.
Plus.
Yeah, and so I would be surprised if the libertarians were attacking them because of what they are. It's their choice, and you know, it's not my personal preference, and I can appreciate uh, going through mentally as you are doing uh, some of the micro analysis of behavioral changes and stuff. And I think they probably have to go through a lot of that even before they decide to come out of the closet, because you know, because they are, you know, even today, it's I'm sure it's difficult to tell your mother or your father or your brother or your sister, you know, your preference, you know, and so yeah, it's okay to assess the micro behaviors that happen, but I don't see a dramatic problem with it, even within the scope of Christianity. If you look at St. Paul, who is probably the biggest advocate against homosexual lifestyle, uh, it was probably more because Paul was a Roman, and the Romans said that gay people should be killed, and as a good Roman preaching in within the Roman Empire, uh, I think he probably used that as a kind of a safety umbrella. You know, he was advocating what the Romans do, and I think it probably came from his Roman affiliation more than it did from divine intervention.
As I understand it, pagans had no problem with sodomy, so I don't think necessarily. I think it was probably one of those axiomatic reversals, where in which he was taking a faith that now had a completely different opinion and saying, okay, what we used to do when we got drunk and had orgies is now, if you get caught doing that now, you know what I mean? And I think a lot of it had to do with the complete rejection.
I do believe it was against the law in the Roman Empire. I do believe that.
I mean, when I look back,
Rome, they had it was just all orgies and stuff. I thought the Romans and the Greeks were the same that way, but I actually don't know.
They had it's not exact, again, just like Foucault was talking about, like the societal position. It was a different form of what's considered homosexuality was different. So it wasn't sodomy per se. It was citizens, and if two male citizens, because only men can be citizens, were to get in a relationship, that would be considered homosexuality. That was completely forbidden. But if, for example, you had a male slave, that would not be considered sodomy. That makes sense. It wouldn't be considered.
Yeah, exactly. It's much like in Islam, like younger prepubescent boys having sexual relations with them is specifically not considered homosexuality in the same way. Just like it's not considered a sin if you don't ejaculate inside your partner. Like they're specific about where you finish. So, like,
but is this a tribal issue, or is this in one of the hadiths?
No.
As far as Islam goes.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure. I'm pretty sure it's a tribal issue. If you wanted there would be massive delegations who would discuss it, and some parts would condemn it, but the practice still occurs. So it's one of those kind of doesn't matter. It's like when you look at Christianity. Yeah, the broader spectrum of Christians believe certain things, but you ever heard of Westboro Baptist? There are some strange sects.
Definitely.
Do all sorts of weird stuff.
And by the way, there was an article talking about how Sweden's Board of Health and Welfare confirmed a 1,500% rise between 2008 and 2018 in the gender dysphoria diagnosis among 13 to 17-year-olds born as girls. So when I take a look at something like that, it makes me wonder, like Bob, the point that you were bringing up about, you know, letting everybody do what they want, which I am all for, but how much in certain circumstances would there be peer pressure for, let's say, someone who, going back to, you know, like a gay guy, if he doesn't want to be the kind of gay guy that's portrayed in the media, yet the circle of people he finds himself in will kind of push him to act that way without there being any other outlet. And I don't know how common that is, but with this transgender rise, this seems to be a similar kind of forcing, just from reading about it. I just can't imagine that it is just like a natural thing, and there is absolutely no pressure at all involved in some of these decisions.
There probably some pressure, but I couldn't judge. It's not my current generational thing.
As I understand it, there's a direct correlation between the way you promote it to a child and then whether or not a large number of children will say that they accept that ideology. If you don't discuss it, the kids don't wake up, go to the internet, and discover offhand, oh, I think I'm a different gender. I mean, if you don't teach them about it, they don't think so. It's just like anything else. I mean, if you teach a kid that guns are scary, they'll never go near them. If you teach a kid how to clean a 22 when he's 8, he's not going to be scared of guns. And you know what I mean? There's a...
Yeah,
unfortunately...
Oh, wait, Jules, Domenica had her hand up.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to add on to that where, like, the thing where, like, that report was saying that more girls were, like, transitioning. I do believe there is some pressure in that because I definitely know a good number of individuals, like, through friends of friends, where they just suddenly said that they are, like, trans in some way, whether it's, like, or more of the time lately it's, like, non-binary, where it's, like, they're not, like, specifically male or female. So I do think it's like they didn't say this before, and it was especially one person I know said it last year during Pride Month, like on the tail end of of when it was very popular. And I do think it's a popularity thing because I feel like if this person actually was trans, I don't know if this is controversial to say, I feel like when they feel dysphoric about their primary and secondary sex characteristics, when they want to like get rid of those or change those in some way. And like I said, you know what? Legit, someone actually told me once. Like I said, I mentioned before, I was friends with someone who started like changing themselves. Like they started to say that they were trans, and basically they wanted to end the friendship because they said because I didn't have dysphoria. So it's like it still baffles me to this day. So it's like, why is thank you. So why is it that I have to have this like qualification that I have to have something like that? What does that matter? What does that matter
It's the splitting up of identity politics.
Yeah. It's just like we were talking about the Twitch streamer earlier. It's the same thing. You're going to tell me that now I have to respect people that are deer people?
It's discrimination. I see it as a form of discrimination. It's like, okay, you're like saying like, oh, we're for this and that, but then you're kind of doing what you accuse others of.
I don't respect you.
I guess you're a deer person now.
I've had a similar situation. I've definitely lost friends that went trans. I mean, I was accepting and everything, whatever, but like they would get mad if I like, they're still a dude to me. They're like my gay friend, and it's Ryan, and he gets mad if I call him a he, and will like later passive aggressively be like, you know, it really like hurts me when you do that. I'm like, you know me, you know, I'm not being like, let me be nasty and call him a he on purpose. Like I have to transition if you're my friend too. You know, like I have to go through this process of like realizing that you want to change your gender. Like you can't just like flip a switch and I call you she now, like nonstop, like calm down. Like, you know, I'm your friend. Like why? But anyway, we lost our friendship. But my question is, what about tomboys?
Oh my God. I'm going to say that I'm a tomboy now because like I'm pissed about all this stuff. It's like, yo, I'm going to just say I'm a tomboy.
Now they're pushed into being trans.
Yeah, but here's the there's an ideological misnomer here, right? And it occurs with, if I'm going to tell you how your acting determines your gender, that's impossible. And that's thing one, right? And then thing two would be, if you're going to tell me, if you're going to tell me that my actions make you uncomfortable, I'm going to tell you that your actions make me uncomfortable. Why are you better than me? Why do I have to do what you want? Nobody's better than me.
That's also within you.
If they're not superior to you, like just because you have like this trait doesn't mean like that person
doesn't mean like you can't compel me to call you anything. You can't compel me to call you boss or master. You can't compel me to call you sir or ma'am. I'll call you shit snivel if I want to. I'll do whatever I want. Like, so I'll be nice to you when you're nice to me. If you're a dick to me, I'll make you feel like a little bitch, and I'll feel good about it. So I don't like getting pushed around. So like I have friends that are trans. my friend did.
But it's nicer when you're. It's nicer if you're addicted to someone as an invitation for friendship, right? Like if someone isn't a dick to you, but let's say they believe something you disagree with. Like I think Bob has been a saint in this conversation, and I think some people kind of tried to clash with him a little bit.
I love
right?
Bob.
And the thing is, it's one thing to be a dick in a culture where it's really about like an invitation for friendship. Like, hey, I want to get things on the table and have a talk. But it's another thing for it to be like just like in trench mode.
Are you trying to say something to me?
I'm just saying there's more than one way to skin a cat.
All right, well, I'm saying that like around about stuff, that's what I was talking about earlier, like directly stating your opinion instead of like being snide or around. instead of being like, you know what I mean? Implication.
Sure.
For me, it seems better and straightforward. Like if I'm stepped on anyone's toes, I apologize, but I'm not going to be told that I like don't care about minorities because I didn't say what you wanted me to say. Like,
of course.
And that's why, and I'll admit I snapped a little, but I'm not going to get forced to.
No, but he
repeat words
wasn't
I didn't say.
directing it at you, right? I don't think he was. I will have to go back, but this whole conversation started as the future of mass surveillance, right? And like the potentials for like 1984 type futures. And I think that, you know, like one of the reasons why, like if we're talking about like, okay, how do we maintain a balance where our culture has to adapt to this exponentially increasing technology? So for example, let's say you have drones more normalized. Like, is there a way for that to be decentralized? Or like, maybe we shouldn't have public schools at all, right? Maybe we should have more charter schools, private schools, homeschooling, so that everyone's not being indoctrinated from one source. Because I think we have to find a way to allow culture to develop in tandem with this rise of technology in a way that really strengthens and emphasizes localism, decentralization, and like bottom-up processes, right? I think it's important to be aware of the nature of emergence, right? And how order emerges from chaos. And when I see Harvard advocate like strongly, like bizarrely advocating for like we got to outlaw homeschooling, like for what, right? And I'm just reminded of, you know, this there was a TED Talks called Build a School in the Cloud, and this Indian professor wanted to raise money for teachers. Sorry, my gear's literally falling apart. My headphones have just snapped. Basically, he put a computer in the slums to prove that we needed teachers to educate these students. And he came back 2 weeks later, and they were speaking English, asking for a faster processor. And he was blown away. And he kept doing this experiment. And he kept finding that the students kept teaching themselves English and like learning the content of the computer. And he realized that we actually don't need money for public school teachers. In a lot of cases, what you need is like the grandma method, where you have someone who's just complimenting you and congratulating you and for, you know, being curious, right? And I think our education system is outdated. It's designed to make people into cogs to make them interchangeable for a bureaucratic system.
And they also make them ideological cogs as well. At least this is the impression that I get when I go on Twitter and see people putting in their preferred pronouns. It seems like
90% liberal.
That's just like a landmine there.
It seems like it seems like the spirit of the times, the zeitgeist, if you will, is one that props forward the idea of you having a certain identity being more important than the actual substance of what you are here to give in this embodied state of existence. And that, I think, is a tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, when Cicero designed the education system this way, he designed it that way for slaves. I mean, the way we were supposed to learn, the way humans are supposed to learn, is from age 1 to age whatever, or when it's applicable, you learn one skill at a time, progressing until eventually your mathematics turns into physics, and your physics turns into alchemy, and your alchemy turns, and you've understood, and you have amassed a mass world of knowledge. Instead, you train someone in the liberal arts shotgun method. You find one thing they're good at, and you train that slave at just that one task, and then you push it out the door, and you take the next one in. You say, okay, we're going to need someone to do trash running. We're going to need someone to be a cop. We're going to need someone to do teaching kids PE. We're going to need, and you just train this one little machine to do one thing, and then go out and hopefully die after not too long and leave it stuff to somebody else and open up a new position, and it keeps going. And that's our modern education system. It sucks.
But the question is, could we facilitate the kind of education system you're talking about with the trivium, quadrivium, all of this self-realization to everybody or to as many people as possible? Or there's still going to be hierarchies of, you know, like the 80-20 rule or whatever you want to put in this
I think
example.
we're gonna have to EMP electricity first. We're gonna have to shut down a lot of this social media stuff because the dopamine loops that we get from utilizing social media are breaking people's brains. They're addicted to it, and they're not going to be able to learn because they need it to be in a 30-second blurb. They can't read the article. They need you to tell it to them. You need to tell
I
it to
don't
them.
know about that. I actually think I think culture changes, but I don't think it's necessarily a one-way street to everything dumbing down. And I do think the second you have celebrities that love reading, suddenly that's going to be the cool thing to do. Like if you don't have people boasting about like, oh, I hate reading, or like the last time I read a book.
But reading what? Like, but reading what? I think just reading itself.
Okay, but
I don't think it's good enough.
Listen,
it's actually, nice. It's not bad.
Actually, I think
I'm actually against more people reading. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe I'm a bit. Honestly, I think I'm a bit jaded from teaching. I don't think anything's been gained by most people reading. You're not doing anything.
People are dumb. By and large, they're dumb. And they're not trying to get smarter.
Well, guys, I am in my niece's bedroom because I'm still upstate quarantining. Can't wait to get back to my apartment in the city. But before I leave, I just didn't want to go over this link, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Put it in the chat, and it could be a good conversation after I leave or what have you. But it's basically video surveillance in Hollywood movies. It's this whole like educational. Wait, not educational. What's it called? What is this called? Documents.
Jules, can you also pull that up?
Yeah, I will.
What is it called? Scholarly. It's a scholarly article. Okay, and they talk about. This paper examines the representation of CCTV, that's surveillance in the UK, that's what they call it, CCTV. I don't know if that's what they call it here, in contemporary popular culture, namely Hollywood films. And they talk about, there's a lot of philosophical stuff in here, actually. It's really interesting. But they name a few films, too. Like Enemy of the State has always been one of my favorites as far as surveillance culture goes.
Yeah, and, I make memes out of that a lot. That scene at the end where he's looking at himself on the TV.
Yeah, I mean, and that was like, I would say fairly old. That was at least over 10 years ago. I remember 2008 watching it on DVD. So back then, especially too, like they didn't have the drones. They didn't have all the technology that we have today. So it's a really interesting film, actually. I really love that film. Minority Report, that's like, that's interesting topic actually also for, what is it called? Like committing a crime before you even commit it. Thought crime, yeah. Yeah, so there's different stuff in here. And I don't know, if you just skip around, it's quite interesting. I don't know, could be a good conversation.
It's like Gray State. Have you guys heard of the Gray State, the film?
Yes.
The director?
Yeah, and he like died. Like there was a whole murder weird thing with that.
He was making a movie called Gray State. He was an ex-military, and he started getting really paranoid about the way that the government is surveilling everyone. And he started looking at WikiLeaks and everything else, and really bugging out. So he was like, "I'm going to make this movie because people should know." And he described a film in which the government says that there's a disease and everyone needs to quarantine and get locked down. They come into your houses, they're pulling out random people on your street, and there's like a guillotine being erected in the public square, and everyone's getting branded with an RFID tag, and they need to show it everywhere they go. And the woman's looking at her arm because she can't pay for her groceries because she doesn't have an RFID tag in her arm. And she's like, "Oh, this is one of those supermarkets." And that director, he and his family were found murdered.
Yeah. It was crazy.
Before the film was actually released. And before he'd been killed, he'd been online and being like, "Yo, I feel like someone's putting something in our water. Like, we're all getting a rash. Like, we're all bugging out. I don't know what's going on. My computer keeps getting hacked." And then he was silenced.
Sounds like Gates and his mandatory injections thing that he's going on about right now.
Gates is a eugenicist.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not a big fan of Bill Gates.
What he's doing to the third world, sterilizing people because he thinks the world's overpopulated, that's eugenicism. That's Nazi, literally. He's taking people that shouldn't be here and removing them because, according to him, that's a good thing to do. And people, and he's, I don't know, it's just great.
Well, I definitely think that people need to start distinguishing between self-directed human evolution and eugenics. And I think that it's very easy to just describe all sorts of things as eugenicism when it's
I mean, sterilization is eugenicism.
Yeah, I think especially like sterilizing people against their will. Like these are not people saying, "Yeah, let me, get a vasectomy or tie my tubes." These
I'm not going to run
like, "We're gonna mandatorily sterilize you for your own good."
can hear my sister and my niece getting a little anxious. They want to go to bed. So.
Martina, thank you so
Martina,
much.
thank you so much. I'm going to share this right now. This was great.
Right.
All right. Yeah.
Bye, Martina.
Bye. Nice to meet you
Let's
all.
do more soon.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Follow me on
Later.
that, and
I did.
yeah, I'll be listening to the discussion probably in the chat. So.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go out with her because I gotta take care of some stuff before, bedtime.
Well, Domenica, thank you so much for coming.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Nice
Domenica.
Nice talking to you
course.
again.
Nice to see you again.
All right, till next time.
I've got this book. It's from 1927, University of Chicago, and it's a eugenicist guide. It's a manual for the classes they used to teach here in the United States. And when you read it and you go over what they're talking about, they never stopped using it. They never stopped using eugenics. That's how we do dogs. It's how we do our cows. It's how we do our chickens. It's how we do every aspect of our lives. Like during Paperclip, when they moved them over, it was about ideology. They didn't care what their ideology was. They wanted to boost up their own. They wanted to utilize what they had. I mean, you can see the same thing happened in China. You can see the same thing happened in Russia. They bought up as many as they could. And then you start to see like eugenic labs, like in Wuhan, where they're doing, ironically, it's still in Wuhan, but where they're doing the clones, the embryo clones, pigeon chickens, human animal clones and hybrids. There's no UN mandate for that. They're not people. They're not animals. How do you mandate to stop abuse for something that shouldn't technically exist?
Or if you have in Saudi Arabia, the first robot that got a citizenship. Some people see that as, hooray for robots, but there could be another way of looking at that as, are they saying that robots and humans are now going to be equal? And then what does that mean for the humans that are going to be just as equal as these robots?
If I put a cardboard box on top of a drone because I don't like it looking in my windows while I'm taking a shower, does that mean I've assaulted a police officer?
Interesting.
What?
That's a good
I don't
point.
want a drone on my property while my kids are in the shower or anything like that. No. Get the fuck away from me. I wouldn't want a cop with a ladder looking in the window when my daughter's in the shower. So why would I want you with a camera outside my window?
Yeah,
Get the fuck away from me. I'm
I
shooting that thing
genuinely
down.
don't support the drone surveillance.
He does. What's his face?
Well, what's
The
also
idea, as long as you're not made in China.
What's also interesting for me though is
Well,
yeah.
I think you're going to need them because I think more people are going to have drones, and I don't think you should make drones illegal for other people to have. I think you're going to have. I think Amazon's going to start delivering the drones. Like, have you seen Amazon?
They do now.
Like, Amazon's got their own warships. Okay, Amazon and Google have standing armies of robots. Okay, so
I support anyone being able to make a drone. I just don't want.
I think you
like,
just need the
state surveillance by
ecosystem
drone.
strong, and if you go with your gut in a way that misfires, that creates a severe lopside, it's going to be much worse than having your maybe just being a little embarrassed.
I think we need some method of shutting off and like Faraday caging. I need to be. I think that when that tech
We can
gets
build
out
those
a little
now.
better, because right now it's illegal. It's illegal.
You can
right
hack
now for
those
me to-
too.
Like
You
I
can
was
build
a
a Faraday
contractor
cage.
in New Jersey for a little while, and we were building these McMansions basically. And the guy wanted a smoke room, a Havana smoke room with a copper lined ceiling and these huge paintings of Cuba. And then in another room, he wanted a Faraday cage. And my boss was like, I can't do it because if I do, I'll get in trouble with the FCC for violating my own cell phone while I'm standing inside it, communicating with a satellite. If I don't have permission to alter that signal, I can get in a bunch of trouble. And it's
really?
like, wait, so you're telling me that the satellite's going all around the planet all the time. I can't stop them from communicating with my shit in any way, or I could technically be prosecuted? That's maddening.
I do like the idea of a Faraday cage. I might have to make my own actually.
Yep.
But yeah, but you can probably use EMP guns. I don't know if that's outlawed. You can probably
That's what I was gonna say. We're gonna need some sort of an EMP
gun. The drones.
Well, I hope people could start doing some protests about that, like having a very direct issue that when people actually hear about it, it would kind of freak them out, I think.
They're too busy with the Coulter protest though. So right now you can make 3D printed guns, which I support, but like you could do like there's things that have like actual repercussions that are not as easy to talk about. Actually, they're more direct to talk about, but there's actual like real things at stake, and that's not what the current cultural protest is.
Well, to the point
that when Yang was running for president, the reason that he came out with the guaranteed minimum income was because he predicted that AI and drones would take all the jobs, and there would be really nothing left for the rest of society. And he may not be far wrong on that.
I did support him. I actually have his hat somewhere, but but then of course he kind of flaked out when he got offered a job in media, but it's frustrating.
Yeah. Surprise.
Yeah, right. Wait, actually, I think I have it visible.
He was, he came to Iowa. I met him. I think I even got a lawn sign. I got all the lawn signs, but he just everybody was interested and thought he was way too far in the future, so nobody voted for him.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
Somebody sent me the reporting on what you were talking about, that the ship was not used for coronavirus. You were right on that. I was wrong.
Okay, yeah. Well, it was just, and I didn't mean to be sharp with you. So handshake on it both ways, okay?
No, I like you, Bob. I have no problem with you, but when I'm wrong on something, I'm wrong. Everything else, I'm 100% right. But
I know, you're all right.
I respect that.
Well, this is the beauty of the BTR live stream. We get to bring people together like this from different sides. They hash it out, and things get uncovered. Like, Bob, I hope you enjoyed the conversation we were having today. Like, we talked about.
I learned a lot from this. It's stuff that I don't usually talk about, a lot of it.
Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It means a lot to us. And one last thing I would love to leave everybody with is your general opinions about what comes next. And I want to say my piece real quick to the point that Jules was bringing up before about how celebrities can encourage kids to read. Sure, that's great. My concern, though, is that just like we had Socrates, just see what's going on with me. I'm degrading. Anyway, just like we had Socrates complaining about how people were writing stuff down now, so less information would be stored in the brain, it seems like there is a similar trajectory going on now as far as us exporting things to these external devices. And the double-edged sword here is that we are able to get so much information, so many books. Like, I could just go and download as many books as I want about all the most important information I could get, and I could read all of them on my e-ink e-reading device via a Bluetooth controller. But anyway, the other side of it is that there is so much noise out there, and most people are going to gravitate to the noise, so you end up having a people that are bereft of any kind of culture, of anything that connects them to something bigger than themselves, bigger than their own animalistic desires. And that I see as being a really big problem going forward with artificial intelligence, with all these external devices. So that is my take on it, but I still think that we are in the eye of the storm right now, and we have the ability to flap our butterfly wings and cause a lot of changes from that.
Mm-hmm.
Positive, constructive.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, but that's always going to be the case, though. There's always going to be kind of like those who are tapped into actual information and what's actually going on, and those who are stuck in distraction and like low quality information. So can't really change that. Like, it's kind of part and parcel of what's going on with any technology. Like, sure. Even with like in the previous era, like some people were reading classics, some people were reading tabloids. Yeah.
That's true, but a lot of people, though, back then, like the ones who were like the farmers, they still had a certain responsibility every day to tending their land. So there was always some stuff for their brain to focus on. I'm 100% sure that it was not an easy job to do.
Oh, no, definitely not.
So when you have people who are not connected to anything like that, are just living in some bugman cubicle, and drinking Soylent, what then? What becomes of the person now that they're disconnected to at least an environment that sort of forced them to... and look, I am not glamorizing the past. There were so many child deaths. There were so many famines. These are all horrible things, and it's all about trying to keep a balance.
They turn into the Wall-E people.
Exactly.
And then some people turn into, some people get ascend and become, some kind of like augmented, super intelligent version of like, the 20th century man. And then others turn into like kind of like mush and play video games all day and watch porn. That's kind of
it's an unfortunate cycle. It's an unfortunate cycle, but like hard times make hard people make soft times make soft people make hard times. And it just keeps going. And that's what we're looking at right now. People that they can't even they can't tell you what they believe without like prerequising it, at least in their own mind, with can I tell the truth? And if that's going to be the new man, that's going to be the new modern man and woman in the next 10, 15 years, the average person on the street's not going to tell you what they think. They're going to look at you first and determine whether or not they think they can open their mouth. We're looking at hard times coming up. And if you don't have a wood burning stove, if you don't hunt for your meat, it's going to become more of a problem. because
Hopefully
everything else is
that's
going to run out.
Hopefully,
Like, we're not producing.
Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I do find people often project onto you what they think you are, right? And I think, a lot of things get lost in translation. A lot of times people even have a conversation and they think they're talking about the same thing. They'll be using the same words, but they'll be talking about completely different things. And, I think everything we can do to just minimize divides, and if like I have faith in humanity, like I really do. I really have faith in humanity.
I have faith in existence.
And I think that is like I find that is a much better way to prime myself and to try to like make like have you ever heard like if you don't trust other people, it makes them more untrustworthy, and the more you trust other people, the more trustworthy they become. And it's like having faith in humanity, I find, generates better results and better karma than being cynical or like losing faith in humanity. Like I really do think this is a very exciting time to be alive, even though it's also very kind of scary, an unprecedented time to be alive. And I think we have an opportunity to solve a lot of problems that we haven't been able to solve before, and then we can focus on new problems to solve. And I think a lot of the problems I'm talking about right now are just systemic. It's I'm not even talking about the tech that's coming around the corner. I'm talking about the stuff that people people have romanticized government's purpose for like trying to solve, right? Like I think things can be a lot better than they have been before.
Oh, and by the way, guys, this is my e-ink tablet. This is how huge it is. It's 13 inches, and it has a Bluetooth remote controller, just like a video game controller that I bought, that I use to flip the pages on this thing, and it's the greatest thing I have ever come up with as far as
I didn't know they had
books.
them that big. I only have like I have the old school one that's like fairly small.
Well, this
like
one,
that,
it's like right where my head is when I'm sitting down, so I get to see it directly. Well, that's good too. I mean, I'm not a big fan of reading physical books because I have to like place them in a certain way. I know Jules is a much bigger fan of reading real books, but this can store a lot of information in it, and I take notes all the time, so I love that process. But anyway,
I also love the smartphone e-readers. Those are A+.
Yeah, Moon Plus Reader, by the way, that's my favorite one. I don't know which one you use, but that's a real good one. So anyway, I wanted to get everybody's last word here. Verse, last word.
On mass surveillance?
Yeah.
I think that you need to take every precaution and to not only protect yourself. So I think you need to use cryptocurrency, and you need to use encryption, VPNs, etc. Because it is only the government's never going to peel back. And actually, even worse than the government, you got your Googles and Amazons, which you are willingly putting into your house anyway. So take what precautions you can to protect yourself. And outside of that, don't just jump heads first into whatever you're being told. Don't just hop to be the first trial of vaccines or whatever. Be wary.
Yeah, definitely. Andrew.
This was some amount of fun. I think this is a lot of smart people in a room. Tim and Vers and Bob and Jules and Lev, y'all are some smart guys. This is some fun today. I will say, I 100% endorse me getting heated when our friend here earlier was talking about, locking everybody down, and that's the safe and responsible thing to do. We're not talking about the people killing themselves over not being able to work, and I think that's getting lost behind in this discussion. It's one thing that some people are dying to the virus. A lot more people are suffering from not being able to work and having things shut down. So 100% endorse getting heated over that, and I think people need to be more heated over that more often. But thanks for having me, y'all.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. Bob.
Like all of you, I've learned a tremendous amount. And you've kicked off a few barnacles from my memory. on Chomsky and a few other things, and I appreciate that. And I guess in parting, since we were talking about the surveillance and the problems with it, I'm going to rephrase Dwight Eisenhower's closing statement to America, his farewell address, and that is, with a little change, beware of the government technology digital complex. It goes both ways, and they feed each other. So good luck to you, and thanks a lot for bringing me into this, Lev, and Jules especially, since I guess you guys are the partners in this, and great to meet every one of your guests.
Thank you, and great, and it's a pleasure to have you here.
It's so great to have you.
And finally, Tim, your last word, and then I'm going to announce our Friday episode.
Okay. I suppose I'll paraphrase one of my favorite Masons. I think this is Benjamin Franklin. Those who would trade security for liberty or liberty for security deserve neither and should be deprived of both. What we're looking at right now is the same mistake being made over and over, in which fear begins to dictate every aspect of people's lives. And you have to remember that your fear is going to make you do the wrong thing. The first step in any engagement is to calm down. If you're hot under the collar, do not make life-changing decisions. That's pretty much it. And you won't walk into a trap if you can remember not to do that. If you can remember not to tweet, I'm going to shoot the president. If you can remember not to call your friend and say whatever. If you can remember not to have the next drink, or not to, end the relationship, whatever the step is, don't take it when you're upset. Just breathe and really think about it. And odds are you're going to come to a better decision once you calm down.
Do the Wim Hof method.
There are going to be people out there looking to hurt you. Don't give them the opportunity.
Sounds good. And with that, I go on to announce we're going to have an episode this Friday about anime waifus, and more specifically about the relationship that a lot of people in this more right-wing bodybuilder community have towards these anime waifus, how there does seem to be kind of a rift going on in our relationship sphere. And we're going to have a really good panel. We're going to have, I think it's going to be equally the amount of girls and guys in this panel.
I'm coming back for this one.
Excellent. It's going to be a lot of fun. Awesome. 6 o'clock, starting at 6 o'clock Eastern time. Stick around here. We're going to post it real soon. And don't forget to subscribe. And don't forget to go to our Patreon, patreon.com/LevinJules. Jules, do you want to say anything about the Patreon before we go?
Guys, if you like our show, if you like what we're doing, we've got a lot more planned. We want to keep doing this. We really want to sustain this show, and we've gone all in. I've gone all in on this show for real. So I think it's awesome. I love it. It's a work of passion. It's a work of love, and we're trying to bring you stuff like no one else does. No one brings it like us. No one brings it like us. So if you like us, $5 patrons goes a long way. And once we reach 1,000 patrons, we're going to start contributing 2.5 of our proceeds to charities. And I'm just so excited to be on this journey with all you guys, and we wouldn't be able to do it without you.
All right. Thank you very much, guys, for coming. I love you all. Take care. Oh, by the way, Martina Marcota says, I love Bob's glasses.
Well, they're the same shape as hers. She has good taste, too.
There we go. Great minds think alike. All right, guys.